Hello and welcome back. That's not EU5. That's a black screen. Wait, okay, yeah. Okay. Hey, Happy Shaft, how's it going? Welcome, everyone. We are going to try and play a little bit faster this session. This last session, we only ended up playing 21 years. Then it was a relatively long session. So, we will try and get through that. We did have kind of a little bit of a sweat in that we were trying to make sure that we executed the France War pretty effectively. And I'm sorry if you have children watching, because no child should see a country be put in a bucket like this. You know, this is how children cry. This is how nightmares are born. This is how villain arcs are made. And this is how you get serial. Wah! Why is that game setting automatic? It keeps your game setting. I swap countries. Can we disallow this now? Oh my god. No way. For videos, it can be useful to swap. Wait, can we actually not swap it off? I don't want to swap every time I control click. The background, the noise, that's what you're here for, right? The sweet nothings of the loud construction outside. That's actually been not the subject. Where is it the subject? It's the object of much consternation. Object? Yeah, object of much consternation. I hope to God I can swap that setting. I don't want to be able to do it though, because I don't want to control click and swap my country accidentally. Oh, this is a new patch thing. Oh god. Because I'm pretty sure we started the game with that setting and then we turned it off. I'm actually gonna maybe make a write-up for that. We took a screenshot right there. Paradoxians don't play Victor 3 anymore. You have to edit the save file. God. We will just try not to click and swap on over, I guess. But we're making 100 ducats here. Doing all right. We're gonna have some urbanization coming through. I do think we are getting close to the tech. Yeah. And so we might just accumulate some amount of ducats. Or focus on something else. Roads are not exactly a mainstay for England, but let's take a look at our prox map. We can maybe get some stuff done. So what we're going to do is we're going to kind of just take a look here at the location wealth. We're going to take a look at the RGOs. Try and suss out exactly what's going on. Looks like our iron RGOs are kind of nice. So we maybe make roads to them. Making roads to the capital also will increase development. So this is a worthwhile reason to do it. Bueller? Has road. I think the mod that I'm using right now that changes the governor requirements actually gives you not the full development. Isn't it 25%? Okay, but the point is this doesn't have that road bonus. So, what we can do is we can come in here and make a road to Doncaster. And then eventually we're going to want a road to here. I think that it requiring a road connection to the capital is a little bit silly. I think this mod undoes that. But I do think it should have to like connect to a port that connects to the capital type of thing. It's not too bad in terms of costs. And this is like not going to give proximity because it's going over a river, but it will allow us to build a bridge, which will help. Do you think 1.3.8 will be the live version? Well, they said that they were looking to push the patch next week. So no. I think that whatever they might be, it might be very close to the live version. I think that that's potentially going to be the case, but I don't think it will be the live version now. For some reason, oh, it's not in the right location. There we go. We're gonna sit on this silver a little bit here. You know what's crazy is the changes, like, just spamming silver is just not very good anymore. Like, in a way that it used to be, because the cost is different for all these. Like the saffron, we're using a mod that shows us, like, the years to replace type of things, but since the silver costs so much to build, it's going to take 22 years to replace. Because it's going to cost 178, and so like we would get a much faster replacement on the iron because the iron's cheaper. How are we tracing the proximity here? I mean, that's probably going to be how we trace the proximity, but we can still consider building a road for the development and such. Maybe we save up a bank. What the hell? Why does that stone RGO have a cloth bonus? Well, this patch kind of touched up in a lot of spots. It does have a cloth bonus. The Yorkshire cloth industry, local cloth output plus 10%. You can see there's a ton of places with various, bonuses in England here now. So that's going to incentivize us to urbanize this. It's going to incentivize us to urbanize the iron too, which is kind of an interesting one. Oh, I just remembered what we were doing. I wish we could see how long that truce was. How long does our CB last? Approved claims on Cadiz. Looks like it lasts 10 years, so that looks like less than 10. Although they might not be very helpful. On the latest patch, I think it was, massively buffed levies. So we might be entering a new dawn, or a new age, or a new time. The time of men is ended. The age of the orc has come. Levies will pour across the land. Making Mining Town takes this thing out a little bit, yeah. I forget to like and subscribe. Thank you, thank you. Your run is safe for now, forever. Godspeed, my good sir. Don't really look at this up number too often. Not that there's much we could do about this here. We could up clergy satisfaction. What do our cooldowns look like? We have clerical endorsement. These guys are happy with us and they're decaying. The grant doesn't give very much. stuff we want to give them, though. Let's perform a reduction, so they kind of get more money. Wait a second. Is this... Is this part of England flavor? I don't know if this is... this is kind of annoying if this is a good rate for sailors. That we have to destroy those ports. It's probably not a good rate. But this has like 0.2 type, 0.1, 0.2, 0.2. And the sink port... Well, I guess it's like 0.2 and stuff. And so it's not the best rate. And the issue... Sink port in Canterbury. The issue is the building maintenance here. We're trying to save these estates from themselves. I think our estate's probably making negative money, yeah. And if it didn't have to pay for these trash estate buildings, it wouldn't be making negative money, and then it would be able to afford building roads. So, let's do a reduction. And then we're going to give them maritime contracts. At 30%, they'll probably kind of be able to recover here and there. So now, are we going to turn that frown upside down? Just kidding. What the fuck? Events? Oh, we nabbed money from them. That's right. That's right. But if we let another month happen, they should be now making money until we meet again, until they build a bunch of trash buildings again. How do you get so many French vassals to flip to your subjects? So, this is an important strategy to execute. We just tried to be as handsome as possible. And then a bunch of them flipped. I don't know what the strategy is. We improved relations with a bunch of them. In theory, you're maybe supposed to actively court some of them while rejecting the other ones. It seems to be the case that as we started to approach lower subject loyalty ourselves, they became less likely to flip. And lower subject loyalty from them being super, like, us kind of just having a lot of guys. But, yeah. I really enjoyed estate interactions. Yeah, they're quite strong. But, I think I'm down with them in general. Let's actually... give out a few of these, granary towns. This actually, we might make a staple port. This we're not making a staple port. We know that. So let's granary town it. And then we'll put the granaries on auto expand. We'll do the same for here. We'll do the same for Norwich. No, we won't. This is kind of annoying. So I think in theory these, like, at a certain point it's cheaper to... I mean, stab's really effectively quite cheap. Does this not have a stab cost anymore? Okay. I was gonna say, when it had a -10 stab cost, the strategy actually was to de-urbanize it rather than pay the stab cost. Which is kind of a little bit of a silly play pattern. Okay, so that's that one. Well, they're trending down to 50 anyways. Let's get a little bit of stab. Alright, I'm back. That's good timing. Are you having trouble getting institutions in 1.3.8? The problem is we started this not on 1.3.8. That is a slow little bit of a gain here, though. Let's take a look. Import from locations with Renaissance. We're not actively trying that hard, but we could import maybe silk or dyes from these guys. Let's maybe take a little bit of look at trading. Try and make something happen. Okay. What are our worst trades? Alright. Looks like we're importing paper. But something I like to import a lot is furniture. That way you don't have to make it yourself. I actually haven't done a manual trade with this new UI. Okay. I just want to import furniture from the Xena market. Not sure I like the UI for this. But we'll do that and then take a look at our institution here. That seems a decent spread. Looks at France's disloyal subjects. Have you tried being handsome? Basically. Spread the good word. I see you're role-playing as a Brit. We're losing to the DRC footy pal, so please show your angriest British face. But this is a decent rate for... This seems like quite a lot of juice for just 2 trade capacity worth of imports, you know? Sure, I like the new UI though. Like, we can look at, like... if I specifically want to trade with the Xena market, right? Okay, this is kind of okay. Alright, we still have to free up the trade capacity type of thing. Let's go Xena market. And also import some of this. Right, and then let's cancel a little bit of other trades. And then look Venice. Okay. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. And so now so it doesn't scale up linearly. So you have to be proactive, it seems like. Nothing escaped Italy, you have to be proactive. You're not going to get a lot from your trade capacity. Once the prices shift, these might become unprofitable. So 0.9 and then 0.5, 0.05. Why did it change so much? I just changed the furniture a little bit. I'm a little confused how the scaling works exactly. I'm not sure I understand. Is apple or grape juice? Neither. This is drink mix. There's like an energy drink mix, and then there's a flavory drink mix in here. Bro, where's the cat? My cat does not like getting picked up. I'm not going to humiliate her and traumatize her just to show her to the stream. Like, she really doesn't like getting picked up. Alright, let's take a look here. What we're doing. We could push innovative. I'm not even sure we're done pushing this. Yeah, we might be. Let's push quant. My quantitative. And then we can now give out stuff that gives free subjects. We kind of don't want enfranchisement. This one, partial yield's an interesting one. Like, I think it's good eventually, especially because you just like want to urbanize like everything. The decreased consumption makes pop grows more. Let's do rep in parliament. And now they're happy. Actually, we could probably push naval. Yeah. Because we have harbor administration and all the things. But it's also worthwhile to get, like, Hasroad, port, you know, library type of things stacked up. Location size is an interesting one. This is actually one of the reasons why if you play, like, something like Mali, it feels so awful to spread institutions. Have you seen Legend of Heroes 3 Kingdoms yet? I've not. Gonna say how you've helped me for understanding the EU5, how to enjoy the game. You're welcome. Here for the bucket, baby. I lied. I'm here for the zoom zoom. Yeah, we gotta try and play a little bit faster. Okay. you get like 0.02% from import for locations and like 1% more for location imports. That was the difference between two from what you could say. Yeah, it's working a weird way. I think it's worthwhile also to have like libraries and stuff like a little bit spread out. For when the market center does get it. I think there's a university in Oxford. I've heard that there's one. When we come here and do like this, we could add a couple libraries around. We know Oxford's going to be faster. And then it'll spread outward from these places. Incidentally, it's also valuable to have it in high pop places because it's going to increase average literacy more. So we could do something like this. Sure. I don't think we're gonna do anything. Poor Aragon, though. Could go after Granada. I think we just sit at home and do nothing. Let's marry her off. And then something like this, maybe. I feel like our eco was doing better going into this. Maybe some of these bad trades. I don't think that's gonna move it needle that far though. We can get a bigger reduction on glass. Do we have sand? We do have a place with sand in Grimsby. Alright. Ooh, this place also has clay. Let's go! Alright. Yeah, okay. Excited because the eventual urban rights that you get that increases glass production also increases clay production. Or not clay production, masonry. And the fact that you have clay makes you want to do the thing anyways. So we're looking to get glass cheap. Let's also expand the mason too. The numbers mason! Alright. Does it still give growth from alliances and naval access? I always thought the naval access thing was really stupid. So I didn't do it too much, but we can kind of check. Yeah. It just felt, yeah, I don't know. This feels like such a, but yes, it still works. This feels like, I don't know. Maybe we'll start doing this more. known about this for a while. This just seemed to me like something that was like a little bit less emergently interesting, and the AI cannot properly make use of it, and if the AI does make use of it, it's like maybe there's like a weird sort of arms race. The longer I play, the more I like the way they solved it. At first, I wanted to be like it works at EU4, but now even small nations have a chance to hire a small stack with the mercs. I like the mercs. Oh, these are giving us occupation? Hot diggity, hot damn. Swiggity swooty. That's our occupation, boyo. Maybe we... The numbers, Mason. We are pushing naval right now is the thing. And kind of want to finish pushing naval before we, like... take our guys off of... I don't want to lose the Mr. Edward here, or his kid, by moving the Navy out, and admirals die really, really easy, just because reasons. It's actually because, so they don't die when they're in port, and the reason is that when they're in port, this is what I'm pretty sure is the case. Where's modifiers? Your life expectancy modifiers, I guess we don't even have that many of them, apply to all your locations, but when you're not in your locations, you don't get the modifiers. And so the second you leave port, you lose all of your life expectancy modifiers. And I'm pretty sure that's why, like, when you leave port, that's why you get, like, uber cucked just in general. The numbers, Mason. Still waiting on these guys to finish up their thing, too. Alright, fair enough. Are we supposed to... We're trying to flip Anglican. We maybe Consul just being Anglican. Border Reviers. Causes the wars between England and Scotland. I don't know what paying money does. We have plenty of money. Although that money is like really earmarked for getting a ton of urbanization, so it's... We have money, but we're planning on using it. We have a purpose for it, so... Let's do this as well. We just want to get the dev bonus on the silver. I don't think we end up using a lot of this road, but... I think we just let Castile do the legwork here. I don't need that one. Not tracing proximity through there. We could spend all of our prestige. Kind of a funny thing. If you have 0, the negatives are not worth it. Is it worth it to keep France as PU over integrating? I mean, I think you probably want to... The integration just takes so long if they're really big. I think you really want to cut them down to size quite a bit. If your ship king is above 40, then he should not leave before it is save. Chance flips like a light switch around that age. Yeah, I think it also has to do with... I think he will die, yeah. You see they removed the only reason to push land instead of naval? Wait, what? I forget exactly where it was. Or what do you think is the only reason to push land instead of naval? I think it's next stage. Still 1 week from public release. I don't think that they're locked in. They want to push it next week. But I think they use language that was very, we won't if we don't think it's good. Which I think is absolutely kind of the way they should approach the thing. I think that next beta, they probably have to communicate a little bit. I think that they have a different understanding of beta than, like, what the majority of the community does. And so, like, they need to communicate that different understanding of beta, I think. I'm not going to even read that ish. Oh, we'll marry in. We have some auto-expanding going. The paper auto-expand going. I think we can let it rip. Oh, this is, yeah, this is the trade UI I'm used to. Or how I traditionally do it. This is not how... I felt very confused running through that, yeah. We're importing books, apparently. They're a little expensive. Probably gonna urbanize these two. Let's 10% to go. The stab is free, so... Thinking we might not even need to lift a hand here. So... we'll lower our maintenance. And see what the squads do. But I'm thinking that, oh, they built a fort there. Terrible. We just want to get our cooldown and resolve the war before fighting France. I suppose we could just leave one boat behind with each of these guys. Oh, I don't think we need all the levies, We know that indeed the milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. I think we'll do that. And then we'll right click here, which will select all the navy. We'll deselect the navy we don't want to control. I'll move the rest here to Canterbury. I finished pushing Saddle Valleys because we mobilized. Because we mobilized an army. Is it worthy of Mordor? I don't know. This is an empirical question. I don't have the answers. Shift A, right? Yeah, for merge. Okay. So we can take like 9k-ish at a time. Drop them off here. And hopefully that'll be good for us. Coffee is, thank you for the follow. There's a knife stab reform if you push land, and it's gone now. Did they just completely remove it, or did they just nerf the bejesus out of it? Just got removed. Yeah, I mean, I think I agree with you. I thought that that was interesting, and a reason to not push it. And if you went... The thing is it was kind of such that, Bilalo, thank you for the Prime subscription and follow. Much appreciated, my guy. Thank you, thank you. I think that, like, that was definitely interesting. I felt. Oh no, food, not like this. Wow, a lot of Punic Carthage. Hell yeah, brother. Thank you for the Prime subscription. We also got a hype train going. Big hype, but more importantly, a big train. I have mixed feelings about the hype train just in general. I think that it's designed to, like, abuse FOMO to get people to do stuff they might not otherwise do, if that makes sense. Okay, so we could drop off in the Barcelona market. Alright. We recovered a little bit of food. God. So painful, man. We can get a bunch of maps if we just subjugate them straight up. It's so much antag. I think it stays with them too if they're a subject. There's like no reason to ever subjugate anyone, I feel. Like it's just better to like annex them most of the time. That's not our goal anyways. Our goal is to take mainland stuff here. I don't even know how we deal with the food thing. Like, we want to siege this, but we're just running out of food if we do. It's kind of a new feature. I wanted to ask, what are your thoughts on the nation select preview? Text related to a culture group. Iranians, for example, won't show up if playing as a Kurdish nation. You have to start the game and look at the text manually to see this. I think it should show culture ones a little bit better, yeah. Like, one of the best countries in the game is, like, Saptagram, but it looks like they have no content, but they have cultural content. Was there even a reason to go land instead of naval after naval governor was introduced? RP? Bros playing Gibraltar to play historical, Great Britain? Yeah, just a little ahead of schedule. Can I bug you to look at my question? Yes. Sorry. I'm trying to keep a little bit up. Is the growth reform from land? The dev growth? Yeah. I have mixed feelings on hype trains, but it does let people's favorite creators feel appreciated. Especially someone who's down to earth and genuine. It was all a ruse, though. What if it was all a ruse? Yeah, the thing is like, I would feel less strongly about it if, like, there were 0 kids or something like this. Right? But I feel like, if you're going to have a platform that's that's going to be used by people who are younger, that, like, there should be, like, more limitations on exploitative practices. Just in general. I think we're actually supposed to be pushing spiritualist. Maybe. Because we're planning on flipping theocracy. The Moroccan pops are down here. We would like to use someone who would get... claims. Yeah, so that buckets them. They don't like getting bucketed. And the idea here is we want to use Suez. I think we're going to use our occupation score on them to force stuff. Is food just being kept up by the boats? I think it might be. When the boat runs out, do we start running out? Oh, we're kind of okay. Alright. Artisan guilds. Is this the really good one? No, it's not. Okay. I think we do this because we have a bunch of money that we're sitting on, and we would not mind more roads. What's our discounts looking like anyways? I think that we've kind of underexpanded the sand. Yeah. Lumber too a little bit. Maybe we could put a couple of these lumbers that we're probably keeping rural on auto expand. It's not gonna make a difference before the end here though. Let's get a road to a couple key things. This is doing a lot of dev bonus stuff. I'm gonna put a lot of roads down just in general. I think we kind of want... This is our really heavily populated area. That'll be... These will be coming in at a nice discount. Do you ever get the death noose around the enemy capital? Do we ever do the death noose around the enemy capital? I think this is... That's the question. Back in the day, vassalizing was on a different tick down for antags, so it uses, now it's trash. Yes. Yes. Before you would want to do a mix, now it seems like it doesn't matter, really. Oh, and we can do this before the price skyrockets. We can urbanize a whole bunch. Alright. Alright, I think this fruit gets the treatment. We're looking for high pop places, kind of trashish RGOs. And we also prefer proximity to the capital, all other things equal. What? What? Why can't we find it? What? Is there a blocker? Does this act as a blocker now? Did they change the requirements? Wait, what? I feel like I'm going crazy. I don't know why I can't urbanize this. Do the kids at least get a pickaxe and a mining helmet? Of course. Anything for the children. I just tuned in, sorry. No. I'm just being... I'm not trying to throw shade, I'm just trying to be funny about it. I've got a question. Why is there an age cutoff on exploitative practices become unethical? It seems like a respect for autonomy and direct contention with ethical practices. Well, generally speaking, or here's the way I look at it to some extent, is that we don't really view kids as being responsible for their lot in life. And we look at adults as being responsible in their lot in life. Now, as it happens, they're not like entirely responsible, and a lot has to do with your circumstances, and this is outside of your control. But generally speaking, we don't view, we make that distinction. And to some extent, when you're 5, like, kind of a lot of what you do is your parents' fault. But when you're 17, you know, a lot of it's your fault. And there's like a shifting of like responsibility in this type of thing. And an expectation that you can take care of yourself. So I don't think that it's like a light switch where people become suddenly able to protect themselves versus like kids who society wants to protect, but we've decided to have like 18 be the cutoff or this type of thing. And so generally speaking, there is a consideration towards freedom where the state doesn't protect people from themselves, and then children who the state does protect from themselves, and you kind of have this trajectory where you slowly move towards being like morally responsible for yourself, and you gain more freedoms, and with more freedoms comes more responsibility, and people should be allowed to make bad choices or this type of thing. Although I'm a believer in consumer protections of various kinds. I don't know, like, if preventing, like, Twitch from having a hype train is a bridge I would die on. So this, I get that it's probably this, right? Cannot upgrade location. And now Windsor can get upgraded. In fact, let's upgrade Windsor. Right, but why? What's up with Harrow? I feel so hopelessly lost. What is a good way to get an economy going when playing a nation with bad RGOs? I mean, you build the urban stuff instead. The stuff that has a decent return. Playing in Brandenburg. Brandenburg also just slow to get the ball rolling. Are we talking about drugs or alcohol, or are we talking about unpaid labor of kids in the mines? I think both. I think, like, labor laws, like... I think that if adults want to work in mines, they should be able to. Yeah, so this we're gonna upgrade. Maybe we sit on the rest. Because I do think the price is going to get a little bit cheaper. I forgot the start of the question. They were asking why kids should be protected from exploitative labor when adults are not. And my response was basically like, there's a responsibility to protect kids from themselves where there's not a responsibility to protect adults from themselves, at least not as much. I don't think that adults should be protected from themselves, but I think that they should be protected from, like, corporations or something like this. Like, I think the state is responsible for consumer protections, but not of the kind where they're being protected from themselves, but more the kind where they're being protected from, you know, outside influences. Haro is more posh than a posh gentleman would call it. Is that why we can't do it? Haro's too posh? I mean, I would like to urbanize Haro here. It's pronounced Aro. What's NSFL mean? Not safe for not safe for life. So you're not in favor of minors? If we're actually answering the question, no. Although they are quite useful, as I understand, because being able to fit into small spaces, or at least during this time period, it's quite useful to have, you know. Oh, that's unfortunate. Can we even click buttons? Oh, I think it's not even worth us clicking buttons. What a shame. I guess we saved a bunch on roads. It's kind of okay. Okay. So we will soon have the war goal. Yeah, now we have it. Now, Verdada has some value. I think they don't like the cutoff, yeah. Issues were cutting off this one location. Is what we want, or do we want like Marrakesh? Is that releasable? So that we can annex Marrakesh. We kind of have to think ahead a little bit on this one because we do want Moroccan. But I don't think, is Marrakesh Moroccan? We might actually just want a custom subject and Zeus. Zeus for the CB. That's probably what we're doing. We are ticking now. Or we should have the ticking. Tick, 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 tick. Do we have a more spiritualist trend we can... Not so much here. Oh, this is good rate on satisfaction. Not hitting that many buildings. I think they have a big enough army that marching across doesn't make sense for us. Alright, that's more kind of what we're in the mood for. Doing that because it'll give us decreased antagonism costs. By the time our truce is up with Morocco, they should not be threatening us. Same with these guys. Let's make these guys a Dominion. We don't have many Dominions. This should be goodish for us. And then we can get rid of these levies, we can get rid of these levies. And then get rid of these levies. I right-clicked, right? Okay. For a second I thought I had disbanded that 500. Just double check. What policy do we want to change? Noble levies. No, we don't want that. Classical scholasticism. I always forget to go back and grab that. It's like not something you need like in an immediate sense, but at this point we want it. We'll take that for a little bit of dev growth. We kind of got the good stuff already. I guess the army morale is actually also solid. And levies got their numbers uber buffed. We think initiative actually kind of matters now, so. Miners, my new favorite fantasy draft team. Hey, journalists, love your live streams. Your Brandenburg one actually got you to play the game for more than 30 minutes. The learning curve seems really steep with this one. With Brandenburg especially. But welcome, welcome. We have some people coming into the chat. Kind of, slow down the speed a little bit. These guys regard us. I don't know if people are on Reddit. But, boy does the Wall Street Bets guys like using the word regard these days. Hey, Just Jake. We have seatbelt mandates. The risk associated with hype trades is relatively minimal. Seatbelts protect them from themselves. Yeah, seatbelts also protect you from other people, because launching like a 150 to 250 pound object through the windshield and then the other windshield can protect other people. But I also think that I'm not a fan of like seatbelt laws. Yeah, just in terms of the way I look at it. I think that is an instance of protecting people from themselves. I think automakers should be required to have seatbelts, though. Right? So that's a consumer protection thing, but... Oh, we should have called an emergency parliament. That's my bad. Emergency parliament would have made a lot of sense there. We didn't get our max tax, and we want to change stuff to be able to push spiritualists better. Vic 3 should make the child labor law change the workforce ratio. Don't they? Or is it just change birth rates? Plantagenet is such a dweeb dynasty. Fucking dweebs. I think now we can push naval, yeah. The war is now done. How's our proximity looking? Proximity is looking up quite a bit after a lot of these roads are finishing. They're not all done, but it's gonna be nice. We see that glass is trending up. A lot of these are trending up because we have constructions going, so we kind of don't want to add anything in right now. Anything additional. Can you be Anglican as some other form of Catholic? I'm not sure what you mean. Why not push communalism? It's really not as good as it used to be. They like... I think we will push it eventually, but this doesn't really seem much of a priority. Like, you liked it because the revoke and the satisfaction equilibrium, but revoke is... With gaining access to this, like, revoke cost doesn't really matter very much. Like, we will just never pay for stab ever and be perma really high stab, and then they cut it in half. I'm actually not even sure that it's better than individualism at this point. It's a 5% swing instead of like a 10% swing in satisfaction. Migration speed is like a good modifier, although it gets bricked by the granary towns, but that's a separate issue. Or issue, if you believe that the officers should not be shot at the outset of every engagement, yeah. Can you use mercs from North Africa to not get malaria attrition? I think so, but I'm not 100%. We do know that they got nerfed. I actually kind of want to see what the merc numbers look like. We know that they got reduced by like 90% in terms of the available mercenaries. Not that anyone ever recruits mercenaries anyways, because they're only transports for boats, but like, look at this. They're all just one boat. One man, one boat. One man, one boat. Say it with me, chat. One man, one boat. One boat, one man. One man, one boat. But... Okay. Yeah, this is... I think this is so silly. I do not think that this is the way to nerf mercs. I think that maybe nerfing range would have made a lot of sense, especially if the chief complaint is that, like, counties hire mega merc stacks just to actually make the range 0 for what mercs they can hire. They can only hire mercs out of their own local area, right? But now we have all of the merc stacks. Their max amount that they have is just 1 unit, because they reduced it by 90%. So, but this makes it so that, okay, what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to pay... It effectively makes the mercs more expensive, right? But not way more expensive, because you have to hire 1 merc per unit. 1 merc, 1 unit. 1 merc per 1 unit. 1 merc, 1 unit. But... it's going to be so ungodly tedious when you have, like, 2k and you're like, alright, I want to hire 2k worth of mercs. And you're going to now have to hire and find 7 different merc stacks that you can bring in. And then also it creates this weird play pattern where, like, proximity to Egypt is valuable because it gets you a better rate on mercs. Because you only have to pay the upfront cost of the general, like, once. Who's backing that up that hard? Back it up. Doesn't Dominion have English culture instantly? Does it? Oh, that's like actively not what we wanted. Holy shit. Oh, that's insane. Also not what we wanted, because we wanted these guys to be Moroccan. Because we want to flip Moroccan. Each age has fresh tech trees. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. And when I say that, I mean that in the, like, I don't know how I feel about this way, not like, I think this is actively... Oh, did they undo it? Wait, what the hell? When I checked last night, they had the free tech trees. Now they're gone. What happened? I didn't know how I felt about it, though. Specifically, I thought it was maybe... Well, I can't show it because it's not a thing. Seatbelts also protect other people because it keeps insurance prices down. Let's pay out less costs on insurance. I'd be maybe okay with, like, some way of having, like insurance, having seatbelt, like, being able to have some sort of agreement with your insurance where they guarantee that you have a seatbelt and they give you cheaper insurance. But yeah, this is another thing. What do you think about giving unique modifiers to different cultures? Way out of flavor. Different cultures? I mean, they do get unique modifiers. Here, we're English. We get this. We get unique stuff. I do disagree on seatbelts. The use of lethal weapons is one of the cases where upside of protecting people from themselves clearly outweighs the cost. The use of lethal weapons. Well, I mean, there's... I think people should be, like... Yeah, I mean, like, I think they should be able to be allowed to not wear a seatbelt if they don't want to. I think people should be allowed to unalive themselves if they want to, as well. Like, I don't think that should be illegal. Currently I believe it is, which is kind of a weird thing, because you can, like, have a go at it and then get arrested for it, which is... kind of weird, but, I think that, like, in order to impose on someone's, like, bodily autonomy, you, like, need to have, like, a reason. And I think if someone wants to hurt themselves, they should be, like, it should not be against the law. 75 ducat income at this point is kind of insane. Is it? Like, low or high? I think it means I'm Lutheran, etc. Will I be eligible for the Anglican event? Oh, I have no idea. Someone is backing it up, though. It'll be in our living room soon. Yeah. But, like, yeah, for me, like, generally, I'm a fan of, like, protectionism, protecting people from companies. And, like, that type of regulation, and I'm a fan of protecting people from other people, but not so much themselves, so... God. Dominions are insane, man. That you could get the culture flip. Jake, just Jake, thanks. Thank you for the resub. Much appreciated, my guy. I've been playing a ton of Vic 3 lately and been watching a bunch of tutorials and playthrough. Thank you for all the videos. They've been super helpful. You're very welcome. Yeah, Merc range should be region adjacent instead of, should be region and adjacent regions of county. Dudgie's kingdoms have higher Merc range. Yeah, I think that this would have been a better way to do it. Maybe I'll leave feedback for this. I think that, yeah. I already kind of said what I thought, that it's kind of silly. Def's nerving everything by 1,000% every time. That's, like, kind of... I don't know, like, it also doesn't fix the problem, it just makes you have to click more buttons. Right? Because you could still merc up a very similar amount. The loudest of cars. I guess it makes the merc size increase tech's worth now. Not if it's gonna increase, like, not a whole number. Why are we flipping Moroccan? We want their slave rating. We might form Great Britain, but we're gonna form Morocco first, or this is the plan. Also, they never, to my feedback on this, Merc should be easier to bribe the more the nation gets killed. The more a nation gets them killed. Currently, bribing costs more than hiring. I mean, I think it should cost more than hiring. An upstanding Merc ruins his reputation. You know, when he, this just finished, I guess? We noticed that it does not have any, burgers yet. Rip Portugal, getting gutted again. You hate to see it. We're gonna throw down a library. And then put an auto-expand on the tools, probably. Yeah. This isn't a province that has iron. How are granaries doing? Are places auto-expanding properly? Here we have the granary things. Yeah, it looks like they are. Okay. Masonry prices are coming back down. I think we don't have them subsidized. And we would like to. Okay. It's still a complete mystery to me why I can't upgrade this to urban. I guess it's not a complete mystery. I'm thinking it's because of the settlement. I think the settlement is bugged, though. No, maybe it's not. I guess settlements might just brick upgrading now. They didn't used to before. You're in the wrong patch now, am I? I'm in the open beta. Oh, it doesn't show up as the old ones? Because I got it. Because we started this run on the previous one. I still have mixed feelings about it. Okay, so, like, I don't know if it's the most rushable tech in Age 3, but, it's up there. Paved roads? Paved roads is, like, more accessible and it's on the free tree. Age 3, 4, and 5, like, just have a bunch of a big-ass free tree that has, like... So, generally speaking, the Age 2 techs are a little bit worse on the free tree. There's still some bangers on the free tree, but the free tree is, generally speaking, weaker. But Age 3, 4, 5, the free tree... I think Age 5, too? The free tree is, like, not weaker. And some of the really good techs are on it. And so, like... I don't know, like, you want to produce this effect where there's a technological lead for Europe. And I think the introduction of a bunch of free trees, like, feels good, but now you're not going to have this technological lead for Europe, I don't think. And now your insurance gets to surveil inside your car to ensure you use your seatbelt. Or you could just choose not to do it. I also think kind of... so this is another thing. I think insurance... should maybe not be. You should maybe not be allowed to have private insurance. Not because like insurance is bad. I'm a fan of insurance. I think if people want to pay money to mitigate risk, what I mean is that I think there are perverse incentives for insurance companies, which is namely to just like not pay out claims, and that maybe it's substantive enough that it just like insurance should be run through the government. Also, like with health insurance specifically, there's not actually an incentive to make people healthy. There's an incentive to like, with like the way stuff works in the United States, there's an incentive to actually just like kind of keep people unwell, or treating sickness is more economically lucrative than to promote wellness. Because like sick people get like basically a subscription to a drug, and like the entire medical apparatus just benefits more from this. If insurance is run by the government, then it incentivizes the government. The government is incentivized to actually promote wellness. I don't know how we're able to push more. Or I guess we push whole value. That should be bricks though, this next thing. So we're gonna change to quant now. If you don't help those people, they end up doing it anyways. Train, bridge, etc. You better guidance support. Yeah, well, I'm not saying I want the amount of people who do it to like increase. I'm saying that like I don't think it should be against the law. Where do you live? We always listen to cars. I live in a racetrack. I don't disagree, man. I don't disagree is like always a vibe of a way to start a sentence. Hey, I think this is the first road we've seen from this estate. So earlier we did clear out that now they're losing money, but we did clear out. We did a reduction when they were like net losing money, and now they're making money, but now they're losing money. Not like this. We see glass also trending really low, which is going to be nice. It's going to make our marketplaces cheap. In an idealist sense, but I have a problem with insurance being able to gather data to hyper-analyze my life and decide a premium based on actions, so seatbelt law seems fine. I think there's probably a way to do it that doesn't include monitoring. If they make it so your car won't start unless... Like, you could do a localized thing where where it doesn't have to monitor you, but like the car won't start unless you're buckled. And it could just update you, like, it doesn't monitor, like, how often you're buckled or anything like this, but, just that you're buckled, it won't start unless it's like that. Isn't Morocco tier 2 same as England? Is England tier 2? I thought England was tier 1 and that Britain was tier 3. Ah! We are tier 2. All the years that the Academy wasted. I think that I wanted to do that play pattern. That actually is frustrating to me. We probably won't play this round too deep then. I think that anyone who's a tier 1 nation forming Morocco just like makes uber sense. Same with like the Ottomans, but like, or forming the Ottomans for the slave raiding. They make it not on the original capital. Well, Morocco gets 2 instances. They have amazing slave raids. So they don't just have normal slave raids. They have amazing ones. So they get it not just on the continental tech, but actually on their tech itself. But mercs are not going to be suicidal, especially if the hiring nation violates the contract. Yeah. What's your control looking like? Bam! It's okay. It's gonna get a lot better. Oh, we can also... finally... actually start increasing maritime presence. I think Diplo is the stat that gets used. So we'll give the nobles a little bit more power. But that improving will help us out quite a bit. Almost done annexing this guy. Are you winning big? We are winning big. The button gets ignored for bribing mercs. I think that I think it should be like in the UI on the mercs themselves to some degree, but also like the requirements are annoying because they have to be like on a border province specifically, right? It's just like weird. How do you decide which RGOs to improve and which ones to make into towns? Well, it's just having a general understanding of the value of the RGOs, but for a lot of this we have like a lot of wheat, and for those we're going to be looking to make some locations really breadbasket-y. Oh, this won't upgrade. I figured it out, because we have it on food auto build. Is that it? Is that the reason? Oh, this mod's so great. It blocks you from... It blocks you from, like, self-owning. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Beautiful. But what I was going to say is, you kind of maybe want some locations to be breadbaskets, so those are like 8+ food RGOs that are on a river, so you can build irrigation. Right? And then stack all the modifiers. Basically, this is something that's good, and also, like, generally, this is very broad strokes, you urbanize everything that is a cheap RGO and not anything that's an expensive RGO. But right now, it's really, really good to urbanize, like, a lot of stuff with the current game balance, because the granaries just got turbo buffed, so you get more pop growth the more you urbanize, which should, from a simulationist perspective, that should not be the case, but it is the case. And so right now, it's just very good to spam the bejesus out of urbanization. I think we're gonna have a few more places auto-expanding masonry. We chose these places because it's in a province with stone. That's why we were kind of scoping things out. The numbers, Mason. Phone texting is not the way to get my thoughts out on this. Yeah. H3 surgery, regulate court, procedures, statecraft, paved road. Yep, quite rushable. Yeah. Can you explain naval levies? Are they ever useful? Oh, yeah, they're useful. The naval levies, can we show what type of boat you get? They're good for transporting troops. They're really good for transporting troops. We used them in the war we just fought against Morocco to bring troops over. With them, we could bring over 8K troops instead of 2,600. Free Tree having the levy tech and levies getting buffed means that everyone in the world has equally strong armies every age. Yup. Kind of. I mean, levies still have like a falling off mechanic. They look very strong now. I mean, we probably just aren't going to build a standing army. They're also... They rolled it back or they didn't implement it, but I think they had, like, a plan for, like, regarding manpower buildings. I can't remember. But, like, the manpower buildings, like, the building maintenance cost scales up now. So it's, like, more expensive than before. And this is, I mean, manpower buildings were, like, net positive for the economy because they boost it more than you had to pay. Once they pass the threshold where that's not the case, which is going to be, like, relatively early into the game, armies are going to get really expensive because manpower before is effectively free, or better than free. It's like, it's just super, super cheap. So having a standing army is going to be more expensive, and then levies are better now. And mercs are good. Mercs are just incredibly tedious. No private insurance? You sound like a communist? I think there should be no private schools either. I think, I believe in the principle of, like, protecting, like, kids as a group. Like, as having them be, like, a protected class. And meritocracy, I'm a fan of. And people should get, results that are, like, proportionate to their efforts, but not in the case of, like, kids as much, because kids are not, like, responsible for their position in life. So I think that, like, do we take their... I guess we took that. So, like, a kid is not responsible for the fact that they have parents that have money for private school. Or don't. And the evidence is, like, really clear that if you have private education, public education is not as good. Or if you don't have private education, public education gets better. Is probably a better way of framing it. Because the people who have a lot of wealth have to give a shit about education a bit more. And I think education's, like, a great equalizer. Not that, like, we're going for equality of outcomes, but of opportunities, and... Or this is, like, how I look at it. And so... What's... We're still decreasing on that. This has got... That's got to come down a little before we want to spend. I think we put this on auto-expand too. But yeah, I think that you could have much greater equality of opportunity if you got rid of private education. He's even making good arguments, the damn socialist. I mean, the socialists would not have me. I'm not a fan of, like, I actually have a position that's, like, really funny to discuss with conservatives, or it's very funny for me. But I'm not a fan of programs that just, like, hand people out stuff on a, like, basis that is informed by, like, empathy or need, as a matter of public policy. Like, I'm a fan of charity. I gave, I think, over 10% of the money I made last year to charity, and I, like, don't make a lot of money. What was the point I was gonna make? Oh shoot, I completely lost my train of thought. Not like this. I think I said something mildly contentious too. Oh, the numbers, Mason. Oh baby, that's gonna be nice. Events in general are a lot nicer for getting through, like, Granary Town type-ish. Rome is our pope. Let's go. Wait, did that event fire for Naples and Rome, the schism? Somehow instead? Wait, what the hell? How does that even work? Oh, yeah, we're talking about public programs, socialism, this type of thing. I think that UBI, to me, is, like, attractive. And conservatives, it's very interesting. You can kind of sell them on UBI in the context of, like, removing other, like, social programs. So, like, if you get rid of, like, disability, but you give everyone UBI, UBI is, like, more fair in a sense because everyone gets the same amount. So it's not on a, like, per-need basis, it's that everyone gets it. And you could also argue, if UBI is given to citizens specifically, that UBI decreases immigration, which they generally like conceptually. I'm pro-freedom of movement, so that's not my position, but you can bring that up in the discussion with them, and then they're like, wow, UBI is starting to sound pretty great, and it's like, this is kind of funny. UBI stands for Universal Basic Income, so the idea would be you would, like, give everyone, like, $1,000 a month. But I'm a fan of that because it's like, everyone, part of the argument, or part of the way of looking at it, is everyone's kind of getting the same thing. Can we click buttons? I don't want to do the intentional rev meta because I think it's silly, but I think we can click reduction now on these guys. Then go elaborate court life. Very low crown power, but the crown power malices aren't what they used to be. You're not getting the tax efficiency malice. So. You're mobbing the four with France. Did you full break them in one war? Kind of two. It's been 2 wars. Do we have a truce? We're kind of waiting for our event to pop where we fight them again. Because this 100 Years' War is still open. And we don't own, we don't direct own, enough. We need 28 more locations, so we probably take 27 with the next war to just kind of keep it going. The car not starting for any reason is a big no-no. The car stoppers always fail and then people get stuck in the middle of nowhere. That's fair. I still think that if you were determined to implement it in a way that was not invasive in terms of surveillance, I think that there's probably some way to do that. But, maybe you don't do a car not starting. Maybe, like, it records mileage or something, and if you record mileage with it, I don't know. You could, I mean, your car records how many miles it goes, and so maybe something like this. I think we're a little bit behind on chat, though. I think current institutions are too Eurocentric, and the real difference between Europe and Asia wasn't the thing until much later in the game. Yeah, the band of time at which Europe was ahead of Asia, like, is not, like, with the start of the game. It, like, starts in, like, the 1700s. So it's a little bit of a missed time frame-wise. The Scottish, Scandinavian, British culture is really good if, as you get everything from all three. It starts under 100,000 global pops, though. Yeah. Oh, I hate this. We maybe should have just declined. I hate this because it uses our it gives us antagonism instead of them, but I guess it's probably fine. I think they sort this out on their own, and we don't actually even need to help. Have they made Pound Lock Canals viable enough yet to push up the Thames? Well, I think you want to push Pound Lock Canals either way. I don't think we have anything we want to do with Durham except, I guess, delete the stockade. I think that's closer to us. Currently in pretty good position on the cores. Them not making cores fall off is also a pretty big game for us in regards to Artois. Let's actually improve relations with them. I was thinking we want to annex them next, but we can't annex them. Womp womp. I think the burger building should reduce pop growth rather than touting itself. That's an interesting thought. You have like more disease and this type of stuff in rural area or in urban areas, and you like generally my understanding is that like the lower life expectancy is sufficiently bad that it yeah. Here, let's do the things. Just kidding, we can't do the things. So you can win any OCB war by just sinking their fishing boats and blockading them? Kind of, yeah. What about standardized tests? I'm not sure. I mean, I think that testing what you're teaching makes some sense, but one of the issues is, like, creates perverse incentives. Because, like, teachers will just teach around the standardized tests only. But that's maybe a curriculum issue, more so than, like, a standardization issue. But, like, right now, the education system wants you to basically memorize a bunch of shit rather than, like, understand how to process information in terms of how it's incentivized, and that's kind of just lame and not that useful. Interesting. That certainly makes sense. Holy, Serbia got cucked, though. Schools shouldn't be funded by property taxes because they divide based on education based on location. Yeah, so in terms of, like, redistributive systems, education is one, I think, that the amount of resources that gets allocated to every student in the United States, in my opinion, should be roughly equal. Yeah, so it shouldn't be based off property rights and this type of thing. Could we just full annex their asses? See, if we weren't in this war, this would all be going Tyrol's way. I think we maybe just take a partial. Just in case things get, I don't know why things would get weird, but we're just going to transfer this way. It might even be faster. don't think they have, yeah. Get a little prestige too, I think. But yeah, we probably... I don't know what happens if we tell them no, we won't help you. But Pale should be strong enough to kill everyone. So, let's go back to this. I'm pushing quantity. Doing my second game ever is England, and you're making way more money than I am in 1470. It's just called the art of not paying for anything, baby. I'm not paying for stab or dip slider. And then, like, also snowballing in general is, like, really important. Like, once you start going, then you, like, make more and more money, and you have more and more money to pay for more and more stuff. We finally have this stuff cheap. Oh, we forgot that. Okay. We haven't done a market village check, I don't think. For areas we think we're leaving rural. Oh, we have, but it's been a hot second. So we're doing the wool places that have specifically a bonus. And iron is likely to stay rural. I don't know if sand maybe you want to keep rural. It's kind of an interesting one. Yeah, sand makes me feel some kind of way. It's coarse and it gets everywhere. Let's do that, and then marketplaces themselves. We won't build any in the capital, but these will give more market access too. I think we'll actually just build one everywhere. That way we just get a lot more trade very quickly. And then we also have a decent chunk of cash. Let's urbanize this. And then I think this place we have the absolute most pops. Let's turn it into a city. And let it also move up on the Tailors Guilds. And that'll be a decent spend. Maybe not the most efficient, but we're trying to keep up with Chen. Acting as if public education is completely different based on the neighborhood and area. Yeah, I would like there to be less difference. Where public schooling gets confusing is that someone has to pay for it. So if you take it where I grew up, we had such property taxes for the schooling, made it impossible for regular people. Your point is that entitlements aren't constructive as we wish them to be. I'm not sure if that's my point. I do care about efficiency. Like, if some things are really, really efficient, then I think the government should do it. Like, I think the government should do lighthouses. But, like, one of those reasons why the government making lighthouses is efficient is because private firms can't do it very well. I generally have a preference for private firms doing stuff, though. Unless there are perverse incentives or externalities, but often there are those two things. Or if something's, like, too big to fail, then, like... How are we doing on institutions? Guess it feels a little bit slow. I mean, we can embrace pro-army, but... feels a little bad. We do just have more stab, though, from this, so... maybe it's fine, actually. I do think we want to go Longbowmen. Kinda. We wish that this was not... it was on a different... Kind of actively don't want to get men-at-arms, but... maybe we could do this. You took so many Francis Cardinals that went to Naples? Womp womp. Why didn't it go to us, though? Terrible. Let's look at the other thing. Oh, then being vassals doesn't count? That makes sense. UBI could cost disease labor-intensive... what? Cost disease? Labor-intensive services to the point that even billionaires can't avoid them? Cost disease? I'm not familiar with this term, cost disease. Speaking as a Republican, it really sounds like we're on the same page. Not that I'm with other Republicans. Yeah, I mean, like... I'm a big fan of, like, freedom and meritocracy as just, like, the two things that should inform government policy, and, like, less so on the empathy. Not because, like, people shouldn't be empathetic or I don't care about people or this type of thing, but because the government has to decide what's good for people in order to decide what it should give people, right? And people actually just have wildly different values and understandings of what's good. And so if you give people, to the extent that you give people handouts, I actually think that they should just be, the government should not, like, tell you what to get. So, like, food stamps are a little bit complicated because they actually tend to help stimulate the economy in local areas, and, like, maybe this is a good thing, but, like, you getting food stamps and then you can't afford to pay the rent, this sucks, you know? And, like, in-cash type payments tend to be more efficient because people know what they need better than the government, just generally speaking. And so I generally have a preference for, like, also, like, for example, like, you can have a country, where a lot of the people think that, you know, a particular religion is good, and then the government should provide that religion as, like, a service or this type of thing. And, like, if people are free to, like, pursue what they want, they can decide what's good for themselves, and they don't necessarily need their resources getting taxed to pay out for that particular thing. Now, there's a lot of things that people need, like clean water, and food, and, like, shelter, and this type of stuff, that it's a lot more clear, like, even if you don't know what's good in an abstract sense, that is almost certainly going to be good for, like, all people, and you could talk about providing those types of things, and I think it's, like, a reasonable discussion, but, like, just as an overriding principle, like, freedom is, like, preferable for me to the government dictating, like, what types of things people should have. And when you try and, like, empathetically, like, give services or whatever, to some degree, the government is making, like, a value judgment. Well, let's get that road in there. Norse Gale used to be worse than going Scottish, but now Scandinavian has OP city rates. What do you think about the German mining town rates? They seem good. Don't forget about royal forces and places you'll keep as RGOs, since you can build them. Can't build them above 20 dev. I'm not sure I think that they're good, though. We had this discussion a little bit. I prefer discussion-based tests into my own words type stuff, because the tests right now are ridiculous. I kind of think that education should move in the direction of oral tests, yeah. Mainly because that's actually just a very important skill, like being able to discuss ideas or convey ideas to another person. In, like, the real world, when you need to show that you understand something, you do it by talking to them, so... Generally speaking. Not universally, but... Felt the education system was based on memory instead of logic applied, but right now people are just started being vocal about it not being the right approach. It's like, in a world where you can... in a world where you just have all the information available on your cell phone, like, knowing information's, like, not very useful. Knowing how to evaluate information is. Have you ever had a kebab? Bro, I'm Armenian. Of course I've had a kebab. Trying to get into EU5 after some months. Can I ask you what the first peace deal was with France? We put them in the bucket. We looked to cut a bunch of this off. If you return territory, or we didn't fully bucket them, we mostly bucketed them, and then we used return CBs to various other people. So we made Champagne, Poitou, and I think one other releasable. And then in the second war, we fed them a bunch of land, as well as people who flipped our side. So here's, like, the current diplomatic situation. Tariff all the inputs, not like this. Classical liberalism and new clothing. Yeah. I mean, like, I've had this discussion with people, like, I think in a technical understanding, like, I would be a libertarian, but, like, honestly, what people usually mean when they're libertarian these days, when they say they're libertarian, is they mean they're conservative, but they don't want to tell you they're conservative. So now, I don't know what to do. Because I definitely think I'm liberal, but I'm also just way more classically liberal. Alright, I think we do this one, and then I think we push Spiritualist. Ooh, we've given out too many privileges, I think. Ugh, I didn't even think. We've probably given out too many privileges. I think we can do this, though. Or we could wait a little bit. But too much privileges in general have gone to the nobility. Because if we want to flip the theocracy, we have to get above 35% power. There's too much stuff given out to the nobility. It's gonna be a tough nut to crack. 35% is a vibe. Can you make profit between two markets where each market has a low price and the other market has a high price? Full low price and the other is high price? Yeah, you just export from the low price to the high price. Being a Republican is like being a Yankees fan. You love what you think it was once. I'm not even entirely sure what you mean by that. Or like more old style Republican. I mean, I liked John McCain a lot. I still think I'm liberal. How's the game manage auto expand? Do you get a DECA threshold? But yeah, so when you set it, we're using a mod for it. But whatever you set this setting as for vanilla, it won't spend until you're over that threshold. With personal data being sold, there's perverse incentives and everything. Yeah, I mean, I think that there should be a lot more regulation with perverse incentives and stuff like this. I think also, like, maybe people should own their own data. Like, in, like, constant basis. I don't know exactly what that looks like in terms of implementation, but... Do you just ignore Diplo spending and let your vassals get angry? I don't really get that angry. Does this even give loyalty anymore? I don't even think this gives loyalty anymore, does it? Oh, it does. Ah. We maybe care a little bit about it. Alright. You mainly just, like, especially in the early game, especially before you get going, you, like, don't want to pay for sliders. Did Cornwall get this converted? Not really. Well, we want to always be annexing. I mean, I guess it's just Flanders, but we know Flanders is going to go slow as molasses. We maybe go after some territory to feed to Flanders, though, to make this, like, more worth. And they'll have time to accord or whatever. This type of thing. What liberals mean, they don't, when they say liberal is neoliberal. I'm not sure I agree with that. I'd have to look up the definition of, like, neoliberal. I think neoliberal has, like, more commitments regarding, like, foreign policy. We'll do Copilot search. What is this? Neoliberalism is a political and economic theory that advocates for free market capitalism, which became dominant in the policymaking from the late 20th century onward. The term has multiple competing definitions and most often used pejoratively. So I think that most people also are not labeling themselves as neoliberals. In scholarly use, the term is often left undefined or used to describe a multitude of phenomena. So I think it's often like people call themselves liberals and then pejoratively other people call them neoliberals. I was primarily employed to delineate societal transformations resulting from market-based reforms. I mean, like, I don't think I would qualify as a neoliberal because I'm also a Marxist. Like, I have a different set of beliefs regarding, like, how value works. That, like, I think is pretty divergent from... I like capitalism because it's efficient, but, like, I think that capitalism is efficient at the same time it squeezes money to people that, I think value is created through labor, not, like, contained in objects in themselves. And the people who own a ton of capital, get an enormous share of the resources and are not engaged in like labor that is like net good for society. Not really. But when you boy oh boy, like distribution of resources is like an issue. You can read the book I Pencil, or not the book, though. There's a short little snippet called I Pencil, which is a pretty good read. And in it they talk about, or they point out that a simple pencil, wooden pencil with a like rubber eraser, actually has thousands, if not tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people involved in the production of it. You have the place where the rubber trees are harvested for the rubber, and then the railroad, the people who made the railroad for moving the rubber, but then also the people who operate the railroad, but also the people who made the railroad. And then the people who made the railroad and needed the rails to put there in the first place. So the people who made the metal and this type of stuff. And everything gets so complicated and entwined that, parsing the entire and unpacking the economic relationships is just difficult. It's basically opaque. It's like a wall. But at the end of it, I still think that the underlying thing is that what people deserve is based on labor. And I think that what a lot of the, let's call them red-blooded capitalists believe is that the value that you produce is what you get paid. And I think that what people make in terms of money is not a direct consequence of their labor, but is rather generally more a consequence of leverage. And people who own capital have way more leverage than people who don't. And I think that this is why they end up getting a bigger share of the pie. Not because of some merit or not because they have produced more value. Because I think the value comes from labor. So, like, if Bezos makes $3 billion a year, right? I think whatever labor Bezos is engaged in, you could pay 30,000 people $100,000 a year and they would just do a better job, right? So I don't think his labor is worth $3 billion. I think we can do this and then just repush. Let's do strict censorship. That'll be a little bit better. I mean, though we're way behind here, that identity is difficult to calibrate by external identity. Yeah. I didn't know if vassals flipping England during the 100 Years' War was worth trying to keep them all loyal. Probably, because it's just free land, right? Does it take forever to fix annexed vassals? Yes, but not if they're big. If they're big, it's not that. It's 200 flat, plus whatever the scaling is. So here, you can see the cost is 200 plus like 150. So annexing OPMs feels like it takes ungodly forever. Annexing someone really big doesn't feel that long, but you're not going to have the is much smaller modifier as easily. But I don't know. I don't think this is something that's getting fixed. I think this is the fix, because people were complaining about it just being meta to make a bunch of OPMs subjects. Republicans, as in Reagan, making up the dope story of Washington kneeling in prayer. Something like this. What the fuck is going on out there? Well, I don't believe in trickle-down economics because, like, the Laffer curve Okay. Here. We're gonna talk about the Lafrica real quick. So the thing that gets used to justify trickle-down economics is like some napkin economics done by Laffer. I don't know what his first name is, but... And the idea is, this is government revenue, okay? And this is tax rate, okay? And unsurprisingly, and this is what the trickle-down economic stuff is based on. Unsurprisingly, as the tax rate goes up, you make more money. But what Laffer argued is, at a certain point, you actually make less money. If you tax people at 100%, they don't have any incentive to be productive. And their productivity will go down, and the government will actually take less revenue than they would if they taxed them at a lower rate. Okay? And what this is this is a threshold beyond which additional taxation loses you money. And the principle is that if you are past this threshold, if you're on this side of things, the government takes in more revenue if it decreases taxes. However, there's no fucking way we're at this side of things with the current, like, corporate tax rate and tax rate on, like, the very highest of people. This is just empirically, like, not the case. This is a theoretical threshold that we're nowhere near. It's probably something in excess of, like, 90% where you, like, start to make more money. But the idea is that somehow the government is going to speed up the economy by such a big margin by cutting taxes. And we're probably, like, here or something. And they argue, like, we'll somehow get more revenue by doing this. Which, like, no economist... You can ask an economist if what side of the Laffer curve they think we're on, whether decreasing taxes will increase revenue or not. But this is, like, the original, like, argument. It's like some napkin theoretical thing. And is used to say, well, trickle down, well, we'll actually make more money by taking in less money. And it's like, by taxing less. And it's not. That's not how that works. If you want to speed up the economy, the best people to put money in the hands of is people who are going to spend it. So, like, if you want to talk about, like, something that would be effective, like UBI would be more effective, because the average person's just going to spend it. Are you natty? Like steroids? Yes. I mean that I'm natty, not that I take steroids. Although I'm not, like, morally opposed to steroids. I think some people have, like, a viscerally strong reaction. If people want to, like, YOLO it, power to them. I just, like, if I thought I could get a world record in something, and I thought I could only do it with steroids, and I couldn't do it without it, I might take steroids to be able to do that. But I don't think I don't think that the trade-off makes any sort of sense for me to take steroids. Yeah, I was using neoliberal pejoratively. I think I think you're what I'd call Marxian because you think his economic theories were at least partly accurate, while a Marxist is more revolutionary. Yeah, I mean, that terminology may be... I mean, I'm not a communist, is the thing. I just think that Marx's critiques of capitalism are, like, correct. And I think about value in the same way that the Marxists do. But that's how I learned to use the terms in economic sociology anyway. I think it's... I don't think my usage of the terminology is, like, incorrect in calling myself a Marxist. But I'm just, like, not a communist. Let's find the lowest loyalty guys and make sure that we actually have good relations with them. Because then we won't have to pay as much for the dip slider. Isn't it all speculative worth loans taken to build things to be able to loan money and create money out of thin air? Isn't all speculative worth loans and taken... I'm not sure what this question means. Like, is it speculation? Or is there a value to taking on the risk? I mean... I think the payoff structure rewards capital in basically like an indefinite way. And it doesn't reward labor in like an indefinite way. The problem with putting value of labor highest is the reality of leadership, and sadly, more so risk being scarce. I mean, I don't think leadership is worthless. Just to like use the Bezos example, whatever leadership Bezos is providing, I don't think you couldn't pay 30,000 people 100,000 or fewer, if fewer makes more sense, 100,000 a year to do a better job. Problem is that people make money from money. Stuff like interest should be illegal. You shouldn't be able to make money from something you don't put effort into. Yeah, I mean, like, a better example than Bezos, just for highlighting, like, the labor theory of value, or, like, why people... Like, if someone inherits $1 billion worth of stock and just never works a day in their life, they're still 100% set for life. And they don't have to do anything that they don't want to do, like, ever, basically. And just off of the, like, dividends alone, or the just general, if they only have to, if their stock appreciates by 5%, they only need to sell 4%, like, annually, on average, or this type of thing, right? And they did actual zero labor, nothing involved with taking risks, nothing involved with leadership, they just collect their check, right? And the money doesn't, money does grow on trees because it's made partially from wood, but, like, it's not like it's sprouting from nothing. Like, the value was created somewhere, and I think it was created through someone's labor at some point in the chain. The thing is, though, if you give people... If you completely remove any incentive for investment, you don't get capitalism's efficient allocation of resources. So I'm not trying to suggest that there should be zero return on investment. Just the return on investment is just disgustingly high. Where was this? I think they have that handled, no? Marx advocated for the use of violence and deliberate undermining of the democratic socialism. Marx wasn't... He was, like, fire and brimstone-y early on, but, like, he chilled the fuck out, like, later on with a lot of his, like, later work. They should be able to handle that. Like, Marx in theory was, like, revolutionary, but, like, a little bit less so in, like, practice. I don't know. I use a loan to quickly build an armory or a gunsmith. I can quickly build an armory. We're talking about loans in game? Okay. Yeah, loans in game are kind of bad, but, like, you can take them to be able to do something and then just pay it back right away. Going serfdom. Currently, we can tax the yeomanry just way more, though. We have to eat into the power of the lords in some way. Yeah, maybe we have to push communalism just because this cost is too high for us to possibly pay. Like, not because we have difficulty getting stabbed, because we don't, but because... We do have the parliament taxes, so we don't want to... call emergency thing. When stocks go up, people spend money. When stocks go down, people hoard money. I mean, the average person, like the median person owns very little stock, if any, at this juncture. Like, the average person owns a lot of stock. But the median person... If you want more social services, there's more tax. If you want more business, you go with less tax. Interesting. With Switzerland. The entire principle of people will stop working is always the dumbest shit. I don't think it's... So I think people will definitely do stuff. Right? It will not be the case that all activity ceases to happen, right? If there's a 100% tax rate. But there's going to be a lot of jobs that people don't want to do. That are like necessary for society functioning, and I'm not sure if you will be able to employ all of those jobs with a 100% tax rate in societies larger than a couple hundred people. People will continue to work for other reasons, looking for treatments for diseases, prestige, etc. to make the world better. It's all just based on humans are naturally lazy, and that's a moral failing. I disagree. I think if you had a sufficiently small society, they would be able to work stuff out, but there's like a problem of the commons. You're gonna find a lot of people don't want to be the people who like maintain the sewage system or something like this. Not that there's anything wrong with that. There's just a lot of jobs that people just aren't going to be interested in doing if compensation for it is zero. And a lot of those jobs like provide value to society that's significant. Like having a sewage system is important. I guess you could like have some sort of like model where you're like rewarding the people who work on the sewage system with like social value or something like this because they're making like a sacrifice. But like people will want to do stuff like art. And I think like a lot of art will get produced. There's nothing Marxian about the labor theory of value. Is Adam Smith a Marxist? In terms of contemporary capitalists, they generally do not they're generally not jiving with the labor theory of value. Like the labor theory of value was like much more popular around Smith's time. I can't remember what he wrote about it specifically. I do think he thought that that's how value got produced, but like I know David Ricardo was like one of the starting guys for it. And it's not like uniquely Marxist, but like in terms of like contemporary like academia, I am not familiar with like capitalists that are agreeing with that ish. Shiny totally not communist. I'm not. Marx did not advocate for revolution. He concluded that we will get another shift in class structure, which might happen via revolution or reform. Yeah, it's been a while since I've read Marx, but there's a lot of Marxists that are a lot more like revolutionary. Marx had very little to say about the actual process of achieving communism. Like, most of what he did was just critique of capitalism, like, in terms of his writing. More so than, like, a positive... And I mean positive in terms of... Not, like, good versus bad, but positive in terms of, like, he drew up a model for how something should be, right? Marx in his philosophy was generally more destructive in the sense that he attacked systems rather than like trying to produce one. I don't think you're using the term incorrectly. Marxian might just be a little bit informal disciplinary jargon. Sociologies is a thing. Yeah, I mean also the jargon might be different between philosophy and like sociology regarding like what the Marxist and this type of thing. We eventually want to get like roads like everywhere. How are we doing? Not pushed to max yet. Dev's kind of looking okay. Saying Marxian is revolutionary makes him rotate in his grave. You mean Marx? The thing is, no one needs 1,000 people at the top. All decision-making process come down to one people or a few people. I mean, you actually can design systems where, like, decision-making is a lot more communal. But, like, I'm just not buying any argument where, like, the value of Bezos' decision-making when he spends, like, 80% of his time on vacation is somehow worth $3 billion. I'm not, like... I usually... Even if I disagree with something, I can, like, think of an argument for it that, like, makes sense. It's just, like, there's just nothing there that, like, even remotely... makes sense to me when I think that, like, value is produced from labor. Like, I think, like, a way to conceive of it is, we are cavemen, unga boonga. You make tools, and I go hunt. Or, you go hunt, I make tools. Roughly speaking, I'm better at making tools, you're better at hunting. It doesn't make sense for me to go hunting if you're better at hunting, because we can get, you know, like, classical comparative advantage. We can both get more meat and more tools if you just do the hunting and I do the tool making. So, what happens is I trade roughly an hour worth of my tool making for an hour worth of your hunting. Right? And for me, this is like a kernel of a way to look at it. Now, if someone's way better at making tools than another person, I think the exchange rate should be different, but just roughly speaking, or if one job is really unfun to do, that the exchange rate should maybe be different, right? But roughly speaking, that's like the right way to look at it. At like a kernel type of like basic level. 3 billion is so fucking much. That like the difference that Bezos' decision making would have to make for it to be like, it's just such an astronomically huge number That's 1,000 millions, right? And the argument just basically has to boil down to, like, he is the only one capable of doing it, and this is fundamentally going to have a revolutionary effect on the human race, type of thing. Because we're not talking a one-off where Bezos just made $3 billion in his lifetime. We're talking about every year. I like how Generals Gaming is trying to play the game and we're just making politics hour chat instead. Yeah, I mean, I even said something about trying to play more. I'm also, like, trying to, like, spend my money correctly and this type of stuff. No! We didn't get to re-push that. We clicked the button for land value. Marx was a revolutionary, huh? He was very active in the International Working Man Association. It's been a while since I've, like, read a lot of the Marx and studied the Marx. So it's hard for me to, like, say, but my recollection is that he's somewhat revolutionary when he's, like, younger, but that he chills, like, way the fuck out, and most of what he's doing, like, in activity is, like, critique rather than, like, actually trying to implement something. And he just saw it as, like, a historical inevitability rather than something that he had to enact himself, basically. Type of thing. Oh, we still have a truce with them. Okay. Hey, Spenta. How's it going? Marx spent his life on other people's couches? Yeah, Marx did do some couch surfing, if my recollection is correct. Activism is different than revolutionary? Yes. My favorite example of loans in a paradox game was Vicky 2, because you could destroy the global economy by taking enough loans to outpace global money generation via gold RGOs. Yeah, I've not played Vicky 2 very much at all, but I've heard, like, weird, I don't know, horror stories is the right word, weird, like, descriptions of its economy. Let's improve relations with these guys. Marx wanted the working class to get involved in the political process, which is not the same as overthrowing the government by force. Yeah, there's, like... Or here's maybe a way to put it. Like, I've read lots of Marxists and communists. Of the Marxists and communists I've read, Marx is not particularly... was not particularly high on the rankings of advocating for violence for overthrowing the state. It's also why I hated and raged against a lot of the political ideology in recent years during undergrad. It's all based on economists not understanding history, trying to explain history through a narrow lens of economic lens, and automatically assume they're correct without any research. Well, like... Canadian Bacon, thank you for the follow. I think that, like, capitalism is like a model, and if you accept the model, there are some conclusions. There are some assumptions in the model, like what goes into that there's, like, perfect competition, perfect information, these types of things, which is just not the case. If you're talking about perfect competition, like, economists will admit that perfect competition is not something that happens practically speaking, but as you diverge from those things, you will get a divergence in outcomes. But it's also, like, involves the nature of, like, what value is. And for an economist, you know, using, like, contemporary economic theory, the value of something is what people are willing to pay for it. The value is its price. And the value changes. The value of things change. Collectibles go up in value, right? this is where economics starts. Is it starts once you're past the economic assumptions, and it starts once you're past let's see. Those aren't the assumptions I'm looking for. But everything, like, they just accept the assumptions a priori, and they accept the nature of value a priori, and then they go from there. And then, like, if you don't want to use their way of looking at it, then they just say you're wrong, which is like, yes, you're wrong under that model, but it, like, if the value isn't what they say it is, and the assumptions aren't what they say they are, then, like, the rest of the stuff doesn't necessarily follow. Oh my god. Can we unpause? Let's keep it going. Nuclear. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. It's the same dumb premise of women shouldn't be allowed in the military because they're weak and only have value for breeding, while always hand-waving away societies like the Scythians. Also, fun fact, Scythians are a group of priest shamans who would drink mare's piss in order to go male to female. High estrogen levels. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think that the differences between men and women are relatively small. Compared to, like, although violence is, men are just, like, overwhelmingly, like, more violent, but on most things, like, if you compare, like, the median man to, like, a high percentile woman, the woman will be better at the thing. Like, in areas where it's, like, thought of as, like, being, like, a male-dominated thing, and vice versa. Which is to say, like, there's more, like, intra-gender variance is, like, relatively high on most things. Like, if you take a woman, like, men on average are just considerably stronger than women, physically. But if you take, like, a woman in the, like, 70th percentile and compare her to a man in the 50th percentile, I think that is actually probably pretty close. It's just at the extremes. If someone doing dirty work and they are well paid, for example, more than an engineer, people will still do it. People also find solace sometimes having a secure job, sometimes a dirty one. Yeah, I think also, like, a lot of dirty jobs, you'll get a non-zero amount of people who just, like, want to do it because they want to do it, but there's a lot of dirty jobs that need doing. There's a subset of people who enjoy working as trash collector. My grandfather was a trash collector. Or no, wait. My grandfather's father. I mean, my grandfather worked on the trash truck, and then he became a doctor. I think he preferred being a doctor. So... Smith wanted the labor of the capitalist class to be rewarded rather than everything going to the nobility. Marx wanted the labor of the working class to be rewarded than everything going to the capitalist. I think that's probably an oversimplification of Smith. I mean, Smith, like, in terms of how he viewed himself, I think he viewed himself as a moral philosopher rather than, like, an economist. That's, like, how he is remembered, but, like, he wrote on moral philosophy, and that would be, for him, probably more his magnus opus than, The Wealth of Nations. The Wealth of Nations was really anti-mercantile, and really pro-free trade, like, as a piece. More so than, like, anti-capitalist, although I think he does go after the landlords and that quite a bit. for not producing value, but I'm not sure if that's Marx or I'm confusing him with Mill a little bit. But Marx is like blessed us with bangers of quotes like a country should be judged by like the opportunities it affords a man and the like quantity of food in his kid's belly or some shit like this. So like for Marx, producing material outcomes that were good for people was a very high level interest rather than some sort of abstract notion of like fairness and justice in terms of resource distribution. Like Marx cared about outcomes for the common person quite a lot. Marx would be like disgusted if he saw like what capitalism was today and like the level of like wealth inequality. I think because for Marx's like primary shtick wasn't even like economics from his, or sorry, Smith's primary shtick. I said Marx, I think, before I meant Smith. I meant Smith. It's presented as a moral and intelligence failing rather than being praised as a society. These jobs need done than a consultant making 100 for some speech at a convention. Went to history for history politics. Always gets into politics after a few mouths of red. Talking about the energy drink? We'll bite him in court. Generally, if like someone's not... Actually, they give bonuses now. I think they, if I recall correctly, they're still just super ass, but... Artist bonus applies to the whole country. I think they just like are only art oriented though, so they just end up not being very good. Hey Stobarton, how's it going? Actual fascism is closer to capitalism, but people don't really use the term fascism like that. To be fair, to some extent, however people use the words, like, that's kind of what the words mean. One of the problems with words like fascism is, like, people have wildly different understandings of what the words mean. But, like, in terms of, like, linguistics, the generally accepted way of, like, deciding what words mean is, like, kind of how people use them. Democrat, Republican, liberal, left, right, these types of things, just, like... get so muddied up. Frog Droid, thank you for the follow. We're just throwing up some granaries because we want more pop growth. Doing alright, it looks. I wish there was like a pop growth map mode. We could start building more cities. I'm pretty sure we want more urbanization, just regular. But a lot of these don't have anything doing yet. Just the ROI is like super ass. It's good for winery. Saltpeter is, yeah, cows. We see fruit over there. We're looking for fruit. A place that has fruit but doesn't have anything else, really. Alright, which here has the least pop? Here. Okay. Also do beeswax. Oh, drat. Sturdy grains aren't an input for that. So we want something with beeswax and wheat. Beeswax and wheat. We want, I think, our booze to be produced down here. Alright, which has the most pop? Kind of. So upgrade that. But that we will make for the wine. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I don't think there's enough evidence to say that Marx was revolutionary, only that he wasn't anti-revolutionary. He seemed more motivated to unify the various socialist movements than anything. I don't remember well enough. I mean, my impression is that he was not particularly, like, revolutionary, but, like, I can't cite, like, specific things. So maybe I should just, like, not talk about it. Whoa, that's an old woman. We do want our guys producing little heirs. Funny how a year ago, Shiny was a Vic 3 main. He talks about Vic 3 at once every 3 months. To be fair, like, I was already transitioning a year ago to EU5. I don't think I had access to it last July, but I had access to it last June. I feel like your understanding of economics is kind of stuck in the 1980s. Many economists do not think that way. I mean, it might be stuck in, like, 1980s theory, because I studied economics, like, now, like, 15 years ago, and the people who I would be learning from, like, 15 years ago would have been studying in, like, the 80s, right? So, I do not have an up-to-date reference. Like, I'm not reading contemporary economist publishings in an academic setting. But, like, in terms of talking about what thinkers think, like, 1980s isn't that, like, far back. Because a lot of the people who are alive today and are, like, doing economics and teaching economics and, like, this type of stuff, like, learned in the 1980s. But, yeah. I think that this was regarding how they think about value and the, like, premises of economics. Which, like, to me, like, transparently, like, don't follow. But, like, I mean, last economics course I took at uni, the guy was relatively young. And maybe he just, like, didn't want to, like, parse the discussion, because it's complicated, but I remember trying to talk about, like, trying to do economics, or, like, how the economic assumptions just, like, people aren't rational. Like, that's one of the, like, assumptions, you know, in terms of people are not rational actors. Like, in theory, if someone likes apples more than pears and likes pears more than bananas, they should like apples more than bananas. But that they won't necessarily, like, express that preference. And empirically speaking, the fact that people do not have, like, do not process things in that way really undermines any sort of behavioral analysis using, like, an economic model, because the economic model has to assume that if you prefer one thing to another, that you will prefer the first thing to the third thing. Right, just as an example. But, like, I remember suggesting or talking about the labor theory of value, and the guy was not, like, amenable to that at all. So, to be fair, my sample size is not particularly large, but Argue that capitalism of America today is different than classical liberalism, closer to neo-feudalism. Classical libs wanted strong social programs to lower the cost of doing business. Financial capitalism versus industrial capitalism. Yeah, I mean, one of the things that's interesting about AI right now is that a lot of, like, industrial revolution, a lot of the times we've had massive changes in terms of the way work looks, in terms of workforce composition. It's been like reducing the menial workers, but AI is like set to reduce the knowledge workers, which in terms of workers that have leverage to negotiate higher wages, like the knowledge workers do more so than the menial workers. And so instead of like cutting it out, the labor force out from the bottom, it's like cutting it out from the middle. Women should be in the military because their bones break much easier. It's not true. Physical differences in capabilities and violence is enormous. On average, yeah. But, like, okay. I'm trying to remember. Recent powerlifting competition, yeah. If I remember correctly, the woman in the open division had something to the tune of like a 1,700-pound total. I think this is tested as well. When I look it up, it says Tamara Walcott, USA, 1675, although this is co-pilot, which is very suspicious, in 2025. I would venture to guess that of the men in chat, it is unlikely that, not impossible, but like, maybe 30% chance. Actually, I think on average, people who are in this chat are probably not necessarily a representative sample, but they're relatively young. Yeah, let's call it like maybe there's a 30% chance that out of the 151 people watching on both YouTube and Twitch, maybe one person's stronger than her of the men. She squats 677, she benched 342, and she deadlifted 655. Actually, I think it's just unlikely. Like, really unlikely that anyone's stronger. Like, and if you take, like, 2 trained athletes, or 2 trained people, the male is gonna do, like, way better in terms of like physical like fitness type stuff. But if you just take like the average person, it's not that big a difference. And if you talk about propensity to violence, 95% of violent crimes are committed by men, but also a very low proportion of men commit violent crimes too. So the men that are committing violent crimes are like way towards like the end of like the curve in terms of the like the average man. Because the average man is not committing violent crimes. And so, if you train someone to kill, like... yeah, I mean, I think you could train women to kill. Like... and that this is not, like, an intractable impossibility for them. Especially the women who self-select to be into the military. Because I think that there's, like, a selection bias there. And if, like... 10% of the people who are in the military are women, you're selecting from a much higher percentile on women. Like, there's a big difference between women. Also, for the men, for the powerlifting, for the very, like, strongest men, like, I think the total's gonna be, like, 2,500. So it's, like, 50% stronger. But my point is that the women who are really strong are not like just getting absolutely like trounced by average dudes. Strength is not a good measure. Over 90% of men are stronger than over 90% of women. I don't know if that's accurate. Strength is actually probably the worst example, though. I probably shouldn't have used it. I will bite on that it's not a good example. I was trying to use it as an example because it is not a bad example, but to talk about, like, percentiles. But I don't think it's the case that 90% of men are stronger than over 90% of women. It includes, like, a lot of people who are just untrained, though. I think if they're untrained, 90% of men... 90% of untrained men probably stronger than 90% of untrained women. But the thing is like, a woman who trains, like, maybe that's not a fair comparison. The thing is, a woman who trains to get strong is going to be able to get stronger than the average guy. But a woman who trains to get strong is not going to be able to really very easily be stronger than the average man, or than the average man who trains. Incidentally, my powerlifting total is just slightly under the woman with the world's record, so... Smith is wig? Pretty sure he goes after the landlords? He does. If my recollection is correct. We want know when 1.3 will be released? Probably next week. Or that's what they're shooting for. Does Timrid spawn in your game? We can take a look at this game. No Timmy and Barless is still around, so... Doesn't seem to. The gender propensity for violence does not correlate with the violence demanded by modern warfare. Bro, those women are gonna beat my ass. Yeah, I mean, the woman who has the powerlifting record is probably can beat the ass of anyone in chat who doesn't have any, like, martial arts experience. Also, as many Twitch viewers as YouTube viewers that were still under 720p. People sad? Yeah, big sad. You hate to see it. We could try and get a bunch of these occupations ourselves to prevent them from eating Portugal, basically. I think we're just gonna let it lie. Yeah, no, I shouldn't have used strength as an example. I wanted to use it as an example because the women who are really strong are just, like, way stronger than the average guy, but talking about the world record woman is, like... is kind of silly as an example because she's not representative. She's also only like 2/3 the strength of like the world record man. A widely cited German study on grip strength tested 1654 men, 533 women, plus elite female athletes. The result: 90% of females produce less force than 95% of males. I don't really like grip tests as like grip test of a bunch of college age people basically is probably like what the study is. I think grip test is it's like an okay measure of strength. The problem is doing anything, like, other than that is, like, a lot more involved. I think that, like... Yeah, I don't know. Just ask ChatGPT. Well, I don't trust studies like that ChatGPT cites. ChatGPT will cite like phantom studies too, but like that study doesn't sound insane. I think that strength is probably the thing where there's the most pronounced difference between gender. I was wanting to use it as an example because the women who are extremely strong are, for like women, are still just like way stronger than the average guy. Like the average guy is not powerlifting 1,700 pounds. Trained women is better as an endurance athlete. This is also true. Also, in terms of what's useful in war, being able to hike long distances is actually pretty useful. Rather than just being physically strong. But the thing is like the unit can only move as fast as the slowest person, so I don't know how important that is. Civies always harp on strength, but they never focus on actual destroyer female soldiers. Acetabular fractures from heavy marches. What? You're saying their bones break from marching? I mean, there's also a lot of roles in the military. Like, I think the narrative that like women shouldn't serve in the military because they're fragile is just like there's a ton of things to do in the military that are also involved not being like a grunt marching. Maybe I'm moving the goalpost because that's not exactly what we're talking about. We're talking about like a grunt who carries a gun and is marching and this type of thing. I mean, I think firemen, in terms of skill set required, is like you have like more of a preference for men than you do like soldier. Because I think like a higher proportion of what firemen do is carry people out of fires. I would still strongly advocate for women in weightlifting as a form of empowerment, emphasizing body types that burn more calories. Well, that's like the discussion was someone opened with like women shouldn't serve in the military type of thing because they're less capable. I think it was a response to me saying that like the differences. No, I mean I'm probably just wrong on the like strength thing. I'm just tunnel visioning on the fact that like the strongest woman is like just so much stronger than the average guy. It's like not even funny. But like the problem is like the 95th percentile woman is probably like not strong relative to the 50th percentile man. Like if you're trying to like look at it, just like the very most trained like women athletes are gonna be a lot stronger. Like, there's a woman who weighs, like, I think she weighs, like, $140 and she can bench, like, 300 pounds. I forget her name. But it's just, like, absolutely fucking insane. You think the Timmy event is bugged? When the run where Shiny went hard after Timmy. When was the run where we went after Timmy? We never really went after Timmy, I don't think. Looks like we're gonna have to spend... Basically, we know if a place is not on the coast, we're gonna want to give it Granary Town. If it's on the coast, it gets a little bit more complicated. Okay. Wheat and the 2 livestocks are like the next best. Here, let's put these all on it. Just because they are significantly better than the other locations. I think we'll just set this on auto expand as well. How are we doing on food? Yeah, so there's not... granaries aren't going to do much. I think this is food because a bunch of granaries finished and it's going to provinces. So the food from the market's draining, but it's filling province stores, and then it'll be positive. But if you can't fill up the granaries, they don't do a lot of good. Even as myself, a top 5% male by a certain output, watts per kilogram on bike, there are a huge number of women who can outperform me. Yeah. I mean, like... Actually, you know what, the point... Maybe this is like the... kind of where I was trying to get at with the talking about the women with like who are very strong, because I am like distracted by the fact that I'm trying to play and trying to respond to multiple conversations and this type of thing. But a woman who's trained to be a powerlifter, right, is just going to be stronger than the average guy, probably, just in general. Like a woman who's trained for 5 to 10 years. And even if there is something that, like, men will have a propensity to do better, like, a woman who's trained is just going to be, like, better than the average guy. Like, even in things that are, like, male-dominated. Like, Serena Williams may not be able to beat, like, top 200 tennis player, like, from the men, per her own, like, analysis, but she would just smoke the living shit out of, like, an average dude. And it's like, well, that's not remotely close, and, like, tennis is, like, a soft, like... Anyways, my point is a woman who's trained to be a soldier is just going to be a way better soldier than just, like, some average fucking dude. And you can train people to, like, have skills in this type of thing, and, like, it is not such a big difference that, it cannot be, like, overcome by, like, training, but then, like, you're talking about comparing women not to average dudes, but women to trained dudes. But, you know, it'd be strong if you have martial arts experience, and we'd absolutely promote that for women as well. Yeah, but yeah. The fringe's case for endurance athlete women perform as well as men. I think they perform better. The military cannot pay for women to have much more extensive training. That's why women are relevant when you have manpower shortage and roles where the physical demands aren't as high. I mean, there's a ton of demands in a modern military where the demands are not physical. So I don't think that that's necessarily too hard to achieve. It's not what we wanted. I'm just gonna put all the things on auto expand here. They're not gonna auto expand, but what is this? It's because we have no peasants. Or it's because the inputs are expensive. Just looking to increase clay here. Not really caring about how much money we're making off these, which is not going to be a lot, but... Yeah, they get hip fractures at a crazy rate. Interesting. Yeah. Do you know what determines the number of parliamentary issues available? Sometimes you only get one per state for seemingly for no reason. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe it has to do with their satisfaction? I don't know. That's why I like women in charge of my nuclear weapons. I think I could get down with that, specifically. I forget who it was. I think this is like a thought experiment, but maybe it was like a comedian. But someone proposed that the president not know the nuclear codes, and instead the nuclear codes are surgically like, they're like on a piece of paper in a capsule, let's say, but it's implanted in someone's chest. And if the president wants to get access to the codes, they have to, and the person who has the codes implanted in their chest, they carry around a machete with them, and they stay with the president. And if the president wants to deploy the nuclear codes, they have to hack that person's chest open and physically, like, take out the codes. And the idea being that the visceral action required to do this would help to reduce the likelihood of a nuclear exchange. Women best serve in the military by producing the next batch of gun fodder. I mean, I think you can productively use women in the military, and not just like what is the Gary Kasparov quote, where like the only use women have in chess is making like chess babies. And then I think about that quote sometimes. Gary Kasparov later, while world champion, lost a game to Judith Polgar, but he was definitely a lot stronger player than Judith. But Judith was top 8 in the world, and an extraordinarily strong chess player, and one of the strongest chess players of all time. And was, if you couldn't infer by the name, a woman. Why is this not auto-expanding? Doesn't have the promotion yet. Huh. Problem is weight load for forward combat roles, which women can't endure as well. Yeah, I mean, but there are a lot of non-forward combat roles where this type of thing. Women are less capable of violence in general, on average. I think you could train, like, people on average are, like, not that capable of violence, though. So, I'm pretty sure if you're training someone to kill, like, you could train women to kill. Because the average man's not... if you look at, like, crime rates, the average man doesn't commit a violent crime. How's the run going? The run's going okay. I'm gonna do my part to get this back on track by leaving. No, you could, well, or whatever it is you want to do. I don't mind being off track. I'm like very confident that you can like use women productively in the military, though. So like, but if you want to say that they can't like ruck like a 100-pound pack as well, then like yeah, that's probably true on average. Suez athletics is a hard one. Yeah, the athletics is a hard one, but that's like literally the biggest like differential, like between men and women, right? Well, I guess the biggest one is ability to have a kid, but like, if like that's like not an intractable or decisive issue, then like women could do the same jobs as men. I think it's a bigger issue for firefighters than it is for, like, serving in the military. Is irrigation worth building this patch? I think so. No jokes on why men have more strength than women, please. Yeah. I wish that most of the villages were more profitable. Yeah, villages are just ass. It's annoying to subsidize them. Yeah, they're basically worthless. We have 3k. We could probably get more auto expands going. Just like, we really weren't making a lot when we took a look at this, but we wanted to auto expand this into being a winery place as well. I don't even know what goes with the saltpeter. See, like here we're planning on having one of these be a spirituous rites. Is it our weaponry rights? No, it's not. There's just not one for the saltpeter. Or I'm blind. I'm probably just blind. You could put it, well... Huh. Not sure where to build it then. We could build it in the capital, assuming that we're thinking that the capital becomes a megalopolis eventually, but I'm actually not sure it does. Where a megalopolis is going to be better for that type of thing. If we had a place that had just really terrible available industries and had livestock, maybe that'd be okay. Maybe here. Just every single place, basically, in England can produce textiles effectively. Not London. Do we just do saltpeter in London? I don't think we need a lot of it, actually. I'm fairly confident the saltpeter demand is actually nominally low. Yeah, okay, so we just need one. I feel like peak physical performance of an infantry unit of all females versus an infantry unit of all males won't have that much an influence over things like experience, awareness, IQ. Yeah, I think this as well. I think reaction time is like another thing, but I don't know what trained reaction time looks like versus trained reaction time, but that's another thing that I do think there's some evidence that men tend to do it a little bit better. Which I would think would be somewhat useful, but I actually don't know. Like, if you're trying to hit a clay pigeon, like, I think reaction speed's, like, probably important, but, like, in terms of a lot of the firing that an infantry unit does, well, actually, like, a lot of this is, like, now being done by drone, which, like, physically, like, if you look at the war in Ukraine coverage, like, a lot of it is, like, drone and artillery based, rather than, like, marching with your rucksack and shooting your pew pew. You know. What about domestic violence? What about it? Ukraine war has demonstrated modern warfare is sitting in a basement watching a drone feed. Physical requirements are obviously not... Yeah. Pretty much. Especially when you have, like, a varied group. Like, you just obviously distribute people where they're, like, best. Wow. Our income does not really come up. I feel like a lot of men latch onto these men are better claims in a vicarious self-importance. I think so, too. I think a lot in movies specifically, like, there's a lot of times where people object to, like, a woman beating a dude's ass in a movie, because of, like, suspension of disbelief type of thing. And I always think that's so incredibly stupid, because a man beating up 20 men in a row is, like, way more unrealistic. Or 20 men simultaneously, because, like, those men just single file him and, like, this type of stuff, like, and, like, some hero beating up the goon squad is, like, way more unrealistic than, like, a woman beating up a man. I was also thinking of, like, this, like, a lot of movies get, like, hate dumbs, movies and shows where, like, it's, like, people, like, recreationally, like, hate this thing. Like, they watch YouTube videos about hating this thing, and it's like, oh, it's terrible. And one of the, like, really common denominators is, like, that there's a woman as the lead in it, or a woman is somehow ruining the show. Not universal, but usually, like, the hate dumbs, where you're hating on the women are also more, vitriolic, I think. Like, people hate Morbius and think that show is, like, or that movie is awful, right? But that's, like, a meme. And then they're like, oh, it's Morbin time type of thing. But I remember there was, like, so much, like, pushback on, what's her name? Captain Marvel? Brie Larson. And, like, people acted like she was, like, Satan, like, online. And, like, when something's, I don't think Captain Marvel was a good movie. Like, I think it was a bad movie, but, like, when there's a bad movie, and it's, like, a man, like, a male-led movie, like, usually you don't get the same, like, level of hate dumbs instead of fandoms, like, as you do with, like, female stuff. Most people aren't especially strong, good at fighting, or capable of decision-making. To be fair, this is not, like, a woman universal issue. Like, the average... I think, like, 80% of men probably think that they could beat the average guy in a fight. I think I could beat an average guy in a fight, but, like, I got reasons, because, you know, when it starts getting down, I just see red. And I'm unstoppable. You don't understand, bro. We were productive in the military and even in combat roles, just not for the high physical demand needed in maneuvering units. Yeah, and maybe you don't have a woman carry the machine gun, but, like, I think villages should be the main source of growth, which is getting pops through migration through villages, probably. Urbanization kills population growth, historically. But in-game, you get more pop growth. Because granaries. Because of granaries. They buffed pop growth by exclusively buffing granaries, that's why. Should have buffed villages instead, but somehow farming villages got nerfed rather than buffed. I thought villages got a small buff. Maybe not. No, farming villages... We actually want to subsidize them. Maybe. Oh, we have to switch the list. Farming villages now give output. Raw material output instead of food output, which I think is a buff. I got cookies, by the way. Cities should be dynamic. You want to build a city, keep building buildings in the same provinces instead of upgrading cities wherever you want. I think I'm down with that. That it should be emergent rather than a button you click. I don't think it's the worst, like, simulation, though, to button click. I think that can also help balance serfdom and free subjects. Serfdom can give great buffs, but your pops are stuck in less profitable villages. I don't think they needed to buff serfdom. I do think it's probably better. I mean, it's probably better with the buff, but that's also not the value that seems like the most out of line. Alright, since we're back on the gender question, you brought up chess. Hikaru was a nice commentary. If a girl hyperfixates on chess or Counter-Strike, they're punished. If a boy does it, it's normal. Yes, I agree. I think that Judith Polgar is a really good example. Because Judith Polgar got to hyperfixate on chess because her dad, Laszlo Polgar, basically ran an experiment with Judith and his daughters, where he homeschooled them and taught them a bunch of chess. So they grew up with chess, and they didn't grow up in an environment where it was hostile for women. And this is just like three sisters. And they're all incredibly good at chess. Like, I think two of them are grandmasters. And then I think the third is like a women's grandmaster at the very least. And then Judith Polgar played for like the world championship, but was never women's. She played for the world championship, but she was never women's world champion, and she just refused to compete in it because she thought it was like. She's like, I don't play in women's events. I play in the open division, right? And then her sister Susan like won it several years in a row. And the way she lost, like, the world championship was even, like, controversial and kind of stupid. Which they kind of just, like, didn't let her... I think she was, like, pregnant, and they, like, they wanted her to defend her title, and she was, like... They wanted her to defend her title when she was, like, 9 months pregnant, and she's like, no, dude, I'm not gonna, like, do a bunch of prep, like, at the end of my pregnancy or some shit like this, and then they just stripped her of the title. But the fact that, like, you could just make, like, you could run this experiment and you just get, like, 3 absolutely incredible chess players, and, like, I don't think, like, I don't think that they, like, necessarily high-rolled the, like, biological elements or whatever, but they just, like, had the environment where that was possible for that to happen. But yeah, like, I think that, like, also you're just under tremendous pressure because you're, or like Judith, like, basically is representing her entire gender when she's, like, playing for the world championship to, like, try and prove something, which, like, just, like, has to, like, be, like, incredibly stressful. Is there a way for us to make these farming villages more profitable other than decreasing the price of clay? But yeah, I don't know. I taught chess to a lot of girls as well. The way that chess was taught, or the way they wanted to teach it, was like more like adversarial than friendly and like this type of thing. And I think like there's a tournament at the end, but like generally the girls are like less interested in the tournament or finding out who's best or like this type of thing, but they're still interested in the chess. Like, it's a game, it's fun, and you can like collaborate and like have a different approach to chess. But the way that chess is like approached is like from a very combative framing, and I think that just like also interests girls less. And you could teach it in a different way. You could teach it as a bunch of puzzles if you wanted to. If anything, Ukraine re-emphasized fitness requirements in modern warfare. Both sides have an average really old manpower and are really hurting from that. What? I'm going to save because I don't know what happens if we just decline the offer. But I do want to just decline the offer and let them expand on their own. Farming villages no longer increase food production, they increase RGO output. Isn't that a buff, though? Because food... RGO output is multiplicatively effective with food output, so if you already have a bunch of food output modifiers, which there is a ton of, you'd like rather have RGO output modifiers. Also, you get more gold. I'm here to tell you, I don't think you can beat the average guy. I don't think I could beat the average guy in a fight. What did I walk into? You walked into a fight. Me and you, Playmaker, let's go. As far as I know, of the Paradox YouTubers, the only one who has martial arts experience that I know of is Lathe. But it's tough because rural where pop grows, then it makes it a lot harder to play where you need to urbanize, maximize the output of your limited land area. Well, like, one of the biggest things that pushes you to urbanize is kind of this weird arbitrary limit on building level. If the building level didn't exist, the issue is that you would just only build in the capital ever because you have a lot of control there. I think that's why they have it like this. But, if you could just build Omega Tall in the capital and this type of thing, you would really disincentivize... you would just, like, need to have, like, more regional, smaller markets where they, like, have their own desire to have, like, big urban areas. If you were to just completely uncap this, because otherwise you just turbo build the capital and keep everything else rural. I don't know, that'd be, like, a weird thing. I don't care about how much wheat comes out of a breadbasket, though. You do. Wait, what? Each wheat produces 8 food. The food gets multiplied by the food efficiency modifier. You totally care how much wheat gets produced. All you want is food and... Yeah, raw good output increases the food output. If I have... If I have plus 100% food output modifier already, then this is going to be effectively... This is going to be multiplicatively effective with that. The extra output, raw materials output. It's going to be effectively plus 5%. Right, if that makes sense? Like, if I already have plus 100% food productivity, right? And I get another 100%, or I get another 100% food productivity, it only ups my nominal output, or my relative output, rather, by 50% relative to what I had when I was plus 100%. But if I have 0 additional bonus and I get 100%, it doubles my output, right? Which is to say that it's food output efficiency is additively valuable with more food output efficiency. Is multiplicatively effective with raw materials output. If I have plus 100% food output efficiency and I get plus 100% raw materials output, that will double my food production in that location. Right? So raw materials output is multiplicatively effective with food efficiency. It's not additively effective. So this is one aspect of serfdom, right? Serfdom actually gives you a lot more food because raw materials output is going to output a lot more food too. Unless I'm grossly mistaken, this output per level. Yeah. Is providing the base value of these things to multiply. I guess I could do the math. I don't really want to do the math to double check. Or is it represented in a stupid way and it's actually just the same as food output efficiency? Does 9.46 look like it's 18% more than 8? Yeah, okay, so that's... Let's double check this, I guess. So this is the base value of food we're getting, and this looks correct on the output efficiency. Is this plus 88% applying multiplicatively to this? It looks like it's applying multiplicatively to it, yeah. Not additively. So, because this is what, like 16-ish, and then it's getting 30 output. If all you want is food, and unless they fixed it at some point, raw good output, it doesn't even increase that. It does. What? I'm surprised with all the talk about military, no one's done the Navy SEAL copy pasta yet. I'm surprised I don't see more copy pastas in general. PETA being sexist, nobody's surprised, yeah. Where are you putting your governors down as England? Well, we're moving the capital to the mainland eventually. I'm not sure, though. Might have just one governor in, like, up here in the north. Oh, I really don't know. Brutal. It's probably at one of these 100% ports kind of over here, because I think we move the capital to Antwerp eventually. Because otherwise, like, we can't use as many governors on England proper. But currently we have, Boston. Chat debating chess between men and women. Methinks, human no longer has a chance against, AI in chess. Not even remotely close. I mean, not even AI, just, like, computer programs will, like, without artificial intelligence will crush. Ever play strip chess with the women? What are you on about, dude? I think it was from your Novgorod run. It still was that producing more of a food doesn't output more food. That's right. When did they change this? You're right, I totally blanked on that. When did they change this? Because this, like... In my head, it's that it outputs more food. Last time I checked, food production was base times laborers over 1,000 times 1 plus food modifiers, so unless they added production anywhere, it's actually a negative. Well, you guys just saw us looking at the math on it. Now I feel like I'm going crazy, though. But this seems to be working different. In your Novgorod video, you claimed RGO didn't increase. It didn't. It didn't used to. But you're right. I'd completely forgotten. It used to not. When did they change this? No, but you guys are right that in the Novgorod video it didn't affect it. Which was like, it made the unique building suck balls. That must mean that the unique building's good now then, though. Food output efficiency is a different modifier. It's one of the reasons Scannery's fish location is so OP. Oh, it's just a different modifier? It just doesn't look different? I think this just says raw materials output. Yeah. I wonder how hard it is to make AI better than human at various Paradox games. It wouldn't be that hard. Or, well, I guess it depends what you mean by hard. It's less discreet than, like, chess, but they have, like, AI that can crush humans at StarCraft. Just set settings on aggressive? Yeah. I mean, right now the AI doesn't do very well because it doesn't attack people. And when the AI did attack people, everyone got mad. People were so pissed during the winter when the AI was hyper-aggressive. AI apparently beat pro-diplomacy players. That's not surprising. That's a very discrete game. Like, when the decision trees aren't as complicated, and the thinking is more tactical rather than strategic. Scania's fish location still seems bugged. We're talking about this one over here. Even with plus 500% fish output, you're producing 5 times more fish from the RGO, but only the base amount raw goods production is counted for food. Well, it looks like this is producing an ungodly amount of food. Fishing villages count their food correctly with the output plus 500% output affecting food. Are you sure? Are we sure? Is proximity being cheaper for locations that are directly linked to the sea still a thing? Took the rivers cost again? I think they bricked it. This patch, but I haven't checked. They utilize an LLM to have the AI countries coordinate alliances with actual players. Oh, that's fascinating. That's probably like 2 AIs, though. One for thinking of the game and then deciding I want an alliance, and then another AI for putting that into text. Oh, does this say fish output? Got it. So this doesn't give fish output. This gives, yeah, this gives food efficiency. I don't think the way that they did the StarCraft AI would work unless they never updated the game after training the AI. Yeah, I don't know if they patched it, what it would do. They would have to tell it to relearn, probably. I think that they just have training games, and then not every game it plays it like takes into like new training for like compiling a new way of looking at the game. Kiev feels very strong this patch. Crazy proximity via river and government reforms. They also get one of the good rivers. Or one of the big rivers that gives bigger bonuses. UI is bugged and the modifiers bugs? Wait. This is 26. Times 6. 36 plus... Oh, yeah, that math doesn't look like it maths. Right? It's 26 times... Oh, is this times 7? Times 7 looks like it makes sense. Yeah. Or it's 27 times 7, 49. That's 180. It's about 190. Yeah. It's plus 600%, not 600%. Also, I think it takes a supercomputer running for a long time to train AI in a complex game like this, so it could be an issue. Well, also, like, you would not... it would not be performative to have an AI. What they do is, like, really simplified heuristics. I'm pretty sure that if you were to have an, like, neural network learning AI, like, approach the game, it would be way more expensive than the very basic heuristic. And you don't have the performance budget for that type of AI. Could do this in Call of Castile. I think I'm gonna use the restroom before we get after this war. StarCraft's AI is so massively good at micro, it beats human pros with Zerglings alone. Yeah, they also even throttled its APM, which throttling its APM is probably fair. But then, like, what it was doing was something that was very interesting. So APM stands for actions per minute, and they made it so the AI can only do like 200 actions a minute. But then the AI kind of got because like it's not fair, like it's not actually playing smarter, it's just clicking more if you just let it do unlimited clicks. But then the AI, what it would do is it would bank its APM. It had to average 200 clicks a minute, or it only got 200 clicks a minute. But what it would do is it would sometimes pull back from engagements and wait for like 55 seconds or 50 seconds and use very little APM during that time period, and then move in and then do like 500 or 600 or 700 APM like in the like last 5 seconds type of thing, which is very amusing. Because the AI, of course, just figured a way to play within the constraint of 200 APM way better. You need like 250-90s to play against computer opponents, yeah. RGO size being taken to location rank won't make it to 2028. Tied to location rank. They're already shattering the system with urban rights. You're talking about the plus 100% for rural? Well, I think that the German rights just might get changed. They're like, or that rural needs to be more rewarding, but they could also rework the rank system. Like the rank system in its entirety, like feels a little like artificial anyway. I wouldn't hate a complete like rework of it. And AI is only heavy on performance, while training is the end result of decision matrix that is not too different from manual heuristics in terms of computational cost. Oh, that's interesting. I don't think that... Well, they obviously couldn't do it if they're repatching the game constantly, but I also don't think that the consumer would actually want to play against AI that strong. Because, like, when we had aggro winter... When we had, like, the aggro winter and, like, boho in France were, like, uber blobbing and, like, countries actually got big, like, people hated that. Because it wasn't historic, but that's, like, what the player does. They want to be, only I can blob. Everyone else has to wait for me to get to them. They have to wait their turn. Okay, I'm back. Countries are blobbing in this patch. Yeah, this patch they're blobbing a little bit better. Especially, a lot of it's driven off of, if they have a personality that's a blobbing one, they do. Otherwise, they don't. Chess players don't like playing against stronger bots. Always losing is not fun. Playing against the bot, it also feels really rough, because you just can't win, like... Especially if you're a tactical player, you just, like, can't win tactically. There aren't a lot with this disposition. Interesting. Running LLMs locally requires powerful GPUs. I'd assume it'd be same with deep learning opponents, but maybe it's very different algorithms, and maybe it's not this heavy. I don't know. Not my wheelhouse. Did you wash your hands? Yes. What? Dried them on my shirt. I always wash my hand. Is that true? I think I wash my hands at least 98% of the time. I think I always wash my hands. Alright. I do think that this CB is just better. And we get to feed Flanders, which we're currently annexing. We can kind of almost just wait for Castile to beat the shit out of them. And we just take on Scotland. Normandy's the only big one. I think we're going to deal with Scotland first. Previously, we've not been able to take land off of Scotland. Because it's the wrong, like, war type. But now we can. I'm potentially asking the YouTube guy who said it shouldn't be heavy. Oh, yeah. I mean, you're not asking me. The chatter on YouTube. They need to redo food calculations from the ground up. Some modifiers apply at one step, others apply at another, and some don't apply at all. Maybe. Maybe they need to redo it. I don't know. Sequencing doesn't have to be perfect, but it is preferable because it's unclear when it's not. I don't know how I forgot that the output modifier didn't apply to food, and then don't remember noticing that it started applying to food. I feel like bemused. Normally that's not like the type of error I would make. You know what, I think we just cut this in half and just use this army over here. I said we were gonna deal with Scotland first, but I think we have like so much more than required to deal with Scotland that we can just we've already pushed naval as much as possible. I think we're gonna actually just merge these and use the automated thing. Hot Jesus, hot damn. And that'll give us a little bit of crown power. And we'll let that automate. Or it doesn't work? What is this? Okay. We haven't used the automation like auto transport forever because of reasons. Okay, now it seems to be working. It wants us to go to here. Which makes sense. That way we don't have to do all this clicking. Where's Castile? Where were the parents at? What are you doing, Castile? Let's clip their army and then cross over. This guy recover morale and then go control groups these dudes so we can zigzag a little bit. I'll keep an eye on which armies are where. They say we don't have food. They're probably right. Okay. Can we automate this reasonably? Actually, let's cut it in half. I don't know if it's going to be very good at independent operations. We'll see, I guess. Let's maybe start pushing cap economy. I think we win this, but not if they get a fat reinforcement. Going kind of okay. We have more saturation than them. Yeah, let's go. Before there, the amount of professionals they had would maybe be an issue. Similar casualties on both sides, though. Looks like this guy... We're kind of running the experiment on independent operations. I assume they don't do it too well, but we'll see, we'll see. Oh, we can also... Oh, this will be exciting. We can take chunks out of France from what they took off Aragon. I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about that. That's going to be so good for us. Malmo should be pulling upwards of 1,000 food. Barely does 200. What do you do with France after you win the 100 Years' War? How do you configure your union? We're going to look to... Well, here we're going to try and avoid winning this. So we're going to try and take less than 18 locations here. But then try and have France kind of be inland, low into the south, and then eventually integrate them, but not a priority. And strip from them as much coastal stuff as possible, and integrate that kind of first. Alright, we're going to want to pass this. We're going to get a bunch of free satisfaction recoveries, so now's a pretty good time to click the buttons. Can we even give out that one? We can. How much do we value local food production? I don't know. I don't have the answers, Sway. We're doing this because we're gonna click up and recover. Oh, we should... I'm being a silly Billy. It's supposed to click all the other buttons first, huh? Let's do sequencing a last thing. Joyzy. You know, leave cabinet on change value to stop a negative swing anymore. I think probably not, given that they make it auto unassigned, but like... Yikes. They said, nah. You don't want any part of this, do we? Pretty good for us. Wow, we could have really just let the goon squad handle everything, I think. I guess we want to siege Normandy. Because it's cheaper to take stuff. It's cheaper to take stuff if you have the forts. So much for this, huh? That is independent operations. Are you taking Normandy for this war? Yeah, I think so. So this is a France region. Gonna take a lot of stuff. All their stuff that's not in the region. I don't know the way for us to approach this. Probably create Moray as a subject. And Galloway as a subject. Gotta wait 2 months. I want when I split it to not do that. Bueller, solve the food issue, please. There we go. Oh, we probably should have this on food duty. Playing Bohemia's Catholic, that's a great way to learn the mechanics, but it seems so OP. I have 60k regulars and 1500. Boho is occasionally banned in multiplayer. Or I think it was just generally banned in multiplayer on release, but I think people aren't as spooked by it anymore. Or they shouldn't be. I mean, I always thought it was kind of weird to ban the things, but... Okay, we gotta click the Parliament buttons and not forget. Fortunately, we didn't forget. So, this is important. We are currently pushing this, but... Is there any laws we want to change? I think we want to change the Navy law. We could do favor the clergy to push spiritualists a little bit more. I guess favor the church makes more sense. Yeah. These Navy audits we want to change. Oh, this will also give us progress towards cap economy. If we go burger controlled. Yeah, so let's change to burger controlled. And this, wait, what are we currently using? We also want to eventually change off that. Progress towards naval, that's right. And we could instead go shipwright standard regulation. And that in net will give us an additional point, like 1 progress towards cap eco. So that'll be good. Okay. See if we can get some maps too. Where do they even have all these maps, man? So yeah, sharing maps. So we could accept this, or we could use dominions for the Scots Island. Hey, Tarek. Alright. France is upset. We might just save to double check. Tribes are now English. I think that's new. Oh, did they change this? Brother, what? Normally this is just like basically nothing. Like actual so close to 0, it's not even funny. Yeah, France just can't do anything. They have no control. That's their proximity map mode. Here's their control map mode. $500 a month in noble taxes. It's just OP. Well, a big part of that is just like, yeah, the gold and silver. This you even have an output bonus. Which output bonuses on iron, gold, and silver are like worth, and wood are worth less. Well, they're not worth, they're proportionally worth less than output bonuses on other things. Because eventually you're going to get a 200% output bonus. This gives plus 25%. That works. I'm gonna save. I'm gonna take one less. Then what will end the war? Or try to. So it looks like we can take 18 locations, and that'll end it. So this means we could take up to 17 locations within France. There's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So we can't go after all of them. So let's just 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, why can I take Scottish land? Bro, that's OP. What the fuck is this? We already pieced them out, dog. What? I don't think we're gonna do that because that's like an exploit slash bug. Not safe for life? More like not safe for France at the moment, am I right? Yeah. You missed a ton of stream. How's it going? It's going pretty good. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, you were commenting. You were like, I wish there was more EU5 streams. And we're like, okay, we'll do an EU5 stream on a Wednesday, which is normally Variety Day. But I actually kind of wanted to play this. So, Johan Khan. I forgot my count. We can get 17 pieces of clay. I think we were at 8 with this. What was this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. And this is not inside France, so that doesn't count. We could just take 8. It's like a small little coalition. Wednesday and in the middle of the day, we don't live streamer schedule lives. Yeah, no, I'm memeing when I'm giving you a hard time. Obviously. Have to watch the whole pod later. Yeah, I mean, we talk about gender quite a bit, so it's one of these streams. I think we might take this to integrate ourselves. Eight, 9, 10, 11, 12. This way we have contiguity. $13, $14, $15. Let's also transfer Armagnac. Oh, they're just like free? Hmm. Let's get Toulouse at least one full. I lost count, son of a bitch. Alright, so this is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. But we're slightly over. I think this is good. Yep, we didn't go over. Make a dominion here. Oh, I have a thought. We're 172, right? Yeah, so it counts subjects of a subject. We cannot just transfer our subjects infinitum. Alright. Flanders, we wanted to give that. Just gonna make it longer for us to annex them, but that's okay. And then we'll release Catalonia as well. Not sure, I think we're overstacked on vassals specifically. But we've been making a lot of dominions. When your eye hits a pie like a big pizza pie. That's amore. Yeah. And then let's integrate that ourselves. These guys are kind of coming along in terms of converting stuff to English from Gascon. Let's see if we have a cooldown. Yeah, we do have cooldown to enforce culture. Cornwall flipped. Back. Let's hit him with it again. That's crazy that they flipped back when they're so English already. Did we go over patch notes and new trees, or are you saving that for a separate video? We didn't go over it too much. I briefly talk about the tech trees, and then I have mixed feelings about them. I think that, like, it reduces, like, instances of feeling bad because you don't have anything good to research, but I'm not sure that I even like that, because I think that that should be a concern for, like, the Eastern countries, maybe. What does L stand for? Life. Can someone help me with the approach to culture conversions when forming Rome? I get stuck when trying to consolidate northern Italy. Do I accept everyone, or do I convert a couple of big ones, both? I think you probably want to have, like, a forward plan for accepting some of these groups. And, your enforced culture, you want to use subjects. Your enforced culture cooldown is 10 years, so you can't enforce culture on everyone. And so I think you want to pick some players that you're planning on accepting, and then pick some players that you're going to enforce culture on. It probably is more straightforward for you to accept the Median and Tuscan cultures, I would say, because you're going to have Rome there, and you actually want to make use of that yourself. In terms of land, so owning it directly, so accepting is a little bit more straightforward. But you probably want to generate favors on everyone proactively if you can, and then convert Emilian, Lombard, maybe accept these guys. Neapolitan's a really big group. Accepting them might make sense, though, because Naples has really, really high pop. Culture conversion is not on a percentage basis, unless you create a subject where Naples is going to be their capital, because when you culture flip someone, it flips like 20% of their capital pop, so that is a percentage conversion. So if you are going to culture convert that, I would recommend that. How many dimensions we have? 6? Is that way too many? Am I punting? What you want to do is get the mandate of heaven so you can accept the entire world. Man, you sound like one of the people from my Discord. The solution to everything is just use China's mechanics, and it's like, well, yes, but, like, I mean, you're not wrong, but certainly doesn't feel right. Certainly doesn't feel right. You'll need to stream someone out east and see how institution spread feels. Yeah. To be fair, institutions are kind of going a little bit slow here for us. We've yet to get Renaissance and banking. And this is with us getting, access rights from Geneva. I kind of think that that's a little bit of a silly way for gaining propagation, but let's go here. Maybe do that here as well. Does it stack or is it just a one-time thing? I'm getting 0.99. Yeah, I don't know. It seems silly that you can get so much institution spread from that. We just want to expand that on cooldown. If you want to be optimal, make one subject of each culture group curry favors. When they hit 100, cancel subject and 2x improve cultural opinion. I agree. I don't like doing that because I think it's an exploit. Or I think it's silly that you can... Do you remember before release Playmaker when you could just curry favor with your subject to 100 and then bink bink? And like, that's how you... You didn't even culture convert subject because there was like almost no point because you could just accept everything. Like... What's this position here? Friendly. 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 Oh yeah, brother. Yeah, just Cornwall's pissed, that's the only one. Yeah. Let's do that. Should be good for us. And we have a pretty big bank now. God, what a shit province. It's got 2 locations in it. Temples aren't good anymore. Yeah, we're probably hitting the point where we want to spam libraries, but it's a little bit tough now. Because eventually those costs will scale up really hard. The fact that things have gone from like net positive to almost certainly being net negative in terms of maintenance and how it affects your economy is like a pretty big shift. Let's do some of that in our subjects. I think that that's fine. Fine enough. Oh, Pale formed Ireland. I don't think I've seen Pale form Ireland before. Surely the Irish people will be amenable to being annexed by us at some point, right? Surely. Or we colonize everything we can, or just North America or something else? I don't know if we play this run that deep. Yeah, culture tied to coring is still not my favorite thing. I think culture should just have penalties, though, just separate from cores. Like, satisfaction as a primary driver, or are you thinking something else? You cooking something new. Someone linked me a post where they said they had an eye on... The dev said that they had watched my video, which I think you would like the system I proposed for coring, which is that everything has a progression bar that progresses towards core, and you can increase the speed by having more control, by having more accepted cultures, by having more accepted religions, this type of stuff. But that it wasn't like a light switch type of thing, but you would instead slowly transition from having, at 0 progress, you would have the effect of conquered, right? And then at half progress, you would have the effect of integrated, and it would just linearly increase to that, rather than being a light switch type of thing. Because I think it feels bad when it's just off or on, and then eventually it gets to core. But that you don't need to culture convert, but if you culture convert, then the coring process happens faster. Was the idea. We can upgrade more to cities, I guess. Spinner's Guild's kind of doing alright there. Can have a lot of places where the Spinner's Guilds look good, though. I did see that video. I think it's a good idea. I think that, like, I think that from a gameplay perspective, it feeling like just, like, so binary, like, just feels really bad. I think in the end, you could even have, like, a same sort of, like, progression. It would just feel better. Like, or a same, like, average chord provinces that you do, like, right now. It's just progressing in it, I think, would feel a lot better. Oh, yikes. Yikes. Oh, there's a lot of tribesmen up there. If we delete the Berwick market, we could try and siphon off a bunch of tribesmen to London. Maybe a little interesting. Where do we have this? Stuff on France. We don't have anything from Suez yet. It's trying to drag us into its current, etc., etc. A pact of caution. Triple Zer. Thank you for the follow. Portu small? Portugal? What you mean, Portu small? That Portu is small, yes, I agree, actually. Gotta keep it real here. I don't think we produced a new kid here, but maybe. That's crazy. What's the cost on a new tech? We got 12 progress and we unlocked 2 techs. Oh, I forgot about this. This is something I think is really opaque to the player. Also, I think it's a little bit silly. If I recall correctly, your unique texts are just like, are only like 5 research points. Or like something like this. Will not show us how many research points it is. Oh yeah, here. 5 research progress. Very small. We do get longbowmen levies now. How are the longbowmen levies? Well, they just buffed levies, like this patch, so I haven't had a chance to, like, get a feel for them, but as things stand, I think levies are probably pretty good. And of the levies, we are kind of in a world where initiative seems to matter, because, like, in testing, light cavalry outperforms heavy cavalry. And my understanding is that it outperforms heavy cavalry because of the initiative. And the initiative allows you to get better front saturation. And specifically, I think that this is a consequence of morale mattering more and it being really easy, a lot easier to morale route units. So you saturate the front, you do a bunch of morale damage. You don't actually kill the guys as well. But the better saturation leads to you get to morale route them. So with this, these longbowmen are basically light cavalry, but they're, you know, they don't do the 4 damage or whatever. They don't have the 4 combat power. But they also don't have the various penalties that light cavalry gets. So, and basically all your guys get raised as these. So that's a pretty big upgrade, that your levies are replaced with longbowmen. I take it they're not game-changing like in real life? Well, I think on this patch now they are. There was... I can't remember if it was the release patch or the patch before release. I think it was the patch before release. The longbowmen levies were the strongest levy in the game. Although you didn't upgrade your levies. Oh, maybe you're still not supposed to upgrade your levies. No, this gives 500 maximum strength. Yeah, the maximum strength is bigger. So this is good. This used to be the strongest unit in the game. And then they doubled the defensive cavalry before release. And then it was the heavy cavalry levies were really good. And levies were really good on release, and then they got turbo nerfed, and for the majority of the time the game's been out, levies have been useless. But if we're at a point where levies are good again, the longbowmen, and a point where initiative matters again, because the light cavalry is outperforming the heavy cavalry, I think, because of this. Although once everyone gets a lot of morale stats, then it stops mattering as much to the initiative. And also, as people get more frontage or more frontage overflow, it stops mattering as much. If your frontage is 20 and you have... if your frontage is 10 per flank and you have 30 units, right, that your guys can all roll into combat via the initiative is important. But if you have 60 units, you're going to have more guys rolling to engage, so up to your frontage. And so if you have a lot more guys rolling to engage, it becomes less important to modifier. But we might be in a world where the first 2-ish to 3-ish ages, this is one of the strongest levies in the game. Why would they make them free? Kind of boring, no downside. The techs basically being like only 5 research. Yeah. Initiative seems super important this patch. Long moments should be the strongest levies outside of horse archers until cannons come along. Yeah, you know what? They're probably the light cavalry levies are probably still better. Just in pre-release infantry was better. If I recall correctly. I think they nerfed cavalry though. I have to check the numbers. But so far it seems promising. But yeah, the institutions seems... Oh, God. Yeah, the institutions do seem to be going slow. We do have Renaissance now, though. Strongest levy, I think, is Steppe Militia with 8 initiative and 4 combat power. Yeah, that would make sense. Or the Tribal Cavalry or whatever. Or that probably... Is that a brand of Tribal Cavalry? Yeah, that would make sense. We could go over the Hoof Knights, maybe. I guess we'll grab the tactics and see from there. Let's also do the beer guy. Let's check our trades. I don't think we care about this. We just want... Okay, fine cloth is coming in. And this is a big chunk of our trades. Liquor is also coming in. We maybe want to... produce fine cloth ourselves. We know that these are going to be cloth industry things. They don't have tremendously high control though. In theory, we'd maybe want something a little bit closer. You know where we're supposed to put the paper production too, if we have paper that's looking good, other than the capital, which is fully filled out. Maybe we put it in here. Yeah, we could probably do that. In theory, the lumber production is kind of okay for paper spots. But we don't have a good lumber place that's somewhat close to the capital that makes a whole lot of sense. Alright, let's put this bad boy on auto expand, and with him, Scriptorium. This guy's also auto expanding the fine cloth as well. think we wanted to play at least 2 78 if we can here. What's pop growth looking like? Getting 0.3 from large food storage in province. Of course, good, but let's put this on auto expand. We have a choice here whether we want to go the harbor thing for better harbor. I mean, it looks like other people aren't tracing through it, or if we want to go granary town for better granaries. It's kind of nice that Pops can leave right now, though. We do see Pops leaving there. If you go Granary Town, they can't leave anymore. Probably should have taken more land by hand. Maybe we should have taken all of Normandy by hand. Sort of subjecting it out. Go to war and take a chunk out of Brabant and or Holland. What's your favorite urban rights? I mean, the granary one just gives you more pops. So probably that. I mean, I think that it's like constructed in such a way that you like really just want one bit of production efficiency. The confound is like the specialty ones, like the ones for the Germans, make urbanizing a bunch of minerals a lot more lucrative looking. % of our locations. I think we're almost certainly going to get to this. Do you think the extra market access rights is worth the 10%? It's interesting. I mean, what is it you're getting from extra market access? Exactly. It depends, I guess, on that. If you're like, if most of the value is coming from the RGO, that maybe makes sense, but I think that I'm kind of inclined to think you kind of want Granary Town everywhere. That's not Granary Town. Except for, like, harbor-y places. And then if you want Granary Town anywhere and you have 2 slots, you can either get market access or production efficiency. And I think you want to have at least one thing producing, but maybe not. Maybe, like, if you urbanize, like, really solid RGOs, like, it dies, and it's, like, also in an area of low control. I'll say this, just getting straight market access relative to getting production efficiency is a lot more valuable in areas of low control if your plan is to just like urbanize it and build nothing but marketplaces and get value from the RGO. So I guess on semi-high value RGOs where you're like, oh, I just go food thing plus maybe it makes sense even, like, maybe that's something we could even do in the capital where we are more likely to have a hodgepodge of random stuff. Or, like, even saltpeter doesn't have a production efficiency booster. So maybe wherever we put in the saltpeter guilds and we ramp these up, we go market access or something like this. Good evening, nerds. How dare you? Does the die output from urban rights affect RGOs? That's a good question. I'm not sure. We can see what it says. Unfortunately, what it says is very often not what it does, but, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, I mean... Huh. It should. That's a good question. That's a very good question, because if so, you actually want to urbanize all your dies. We'll have to test, yeah. No, I mean, it should just looking at what the modifier says it does, right? But if it does do it, then I think you're definitely onto something. I should have just chosen the other option. I'm spreading random heresies for no reason. Heresy. If only we could get Henry in charge. Because then urbanizing dies is no... Yeah, no, exactly. It's a no-brainer. Are there any other split? It's the wrong thing. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Spirituous rights too has an RGO output. You know what? You're probably supposed to go textile rights and on Dye's locations, you're probably supposed to go textile rights and the printing rights. I want to know the answer to this. Yeah, it's a super no-brainer because you get just you get to run 2 of those. I think it like actually just strictly gets you more dies. Like even if you did nothing else other than get well, actually, at a certain point you get legitimacy locked or whatever, or legitimacy becomes the throttle. Testing time live? No, I mean, it should work. It should just give it, yeah. We'll see. Oh, no, no. Bro, I do not like that I can't change this mid. Why can't I change this? I just want to change it to test. God. Actually just can't swap countries. Maybe they had to do this for achievements, but this is actually just annoying. I'd rather just turn off achievements categorically and be able to change the game rules. God, that's so stupid. Like, Iron Man's not even enabled anyways. Why should it matter? Oh, it matters because achievements? If anyone has a save where they own a single location with dyes or wine and are sufficiently late in the game and have already researched the tech and want to check that out and get back to chat, that would be nice. Otherwise, we must consult the Discord and people. Yeah, so like this is like what we use. Locked after the game starts. Because of achievements. I'd rather just disable achievements and be able to turn this on. I don't know, maybe I'll have to give feedback about that. I restart the game in debug and like do something, but yeah, we don't have the specializations yet. That's so frustrating. Yeah, I don't like. I wish they made it so like if you just swap once, it just breaks it. Like that'd be a better system, but whatever. This whole thing about achievements is so annoying. Can't they give it a rest? It's a game. Yeah. Like, I don't know. I feel like... Yeah, this is just annoying. Because I'm just, like, I want to check something. I want to be able to switch to a different nation. But I also don't like that... I guess maybe you can take it off the... So, control-click... Actually, I don't even think this is a hotkey. I'm not sure I could change this. I want to be able to turn the setting off so if I control click it doesn't randomly yeet me to a new country. But I think on this save I like swapped countries once and so now I'm locked in on that setting. Yeah, it's not like it's not a game thing in here. Downgrade beta patch and try? I mean, at that point I might as well just like restart in debug. Who cares? Just let people do what they want. They want to farm achievements by manipulating the soundbox game. Yeah, this too, like... I don't know. I just want the answer to my question. I think someone in chat might deliver. I'd permaplay with achievements off because I tagged people protesting a lot. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is just like... But you turn off the game rule setting, right? Or you just like leave this on? Because I use control for like hotkeys, so I press control a lot, and I don't like control click. It's yeeting me onto a new country. I don't know. I think I leave feedback for this. This is like just kind of annoying. And like I would love to just be able to categorically turn achievements off and just like be able to swap it the game rule settings on and off. I think we go with this and intentionally fail to push naval. A little bit annoying. Especially less than levy obligations also making a little bit of a show up here. Guess we're gonna do this. Now the entire other... Well, we're at war right now, so we could call an additional parliament anyway. But if we do that, we don't want to request taxes. Or we could request taxes now, wait a year, back to March, and then call a parliament and not resolve the war. Yeah, I think I kind of like that way of doing this. I have a Roman game that's 17-20-22. I have a location with 13 die RGO, added urban rights, and started producing 14 in 1 month. Very cool. Okay. So that's gonna be... The wine one's gonna be good too then, for that specific instance. So the only ones you're gonna want to wine up are gonna be like wine RGOs. And then you use both of the die's output modifiers. In other words, the die urban rights does increase the RGO output. Yeah. That's perfect. We'll take the dev. So, March, we're gonna get to roll again. I kind of don't feel like clicking all these buttons, man. Is Spain not gonna click our buttons for us? Let's go, Spain! Let's go, Spain! Yeah, looks like maybe they don't click their buttons. Sure. Okay. Well... And then... Get over here. We have to solve our own problem. Terrible. January also. Okay. I mean, maybe this is what emergency parliament's all about, man. We're gonna need to declare war on Morocco just to get access to Suez. Which feels real. Dum dum. Do that in Bedford. We don't care about the noble levy size very much at all. We can get parliament taxes again. Okay. Castile won't want to join in because they're in our other war, not like this. God, Tunis comes along too. Could also just wait for this to get explored, but that's going to take forever. So very big sad. Oh, maybe this guy can get over to help Zeus out, actually. Alright. Oh, I'm so stupid. We had the right person occupied. Alright. Alright, I guess we'll call this guy in now. Are you still thinking about doing tag switch nonsense? We can't do Morocco, because there's tier 2. I thought it was tier 1. Haven't played EU5 since the first patch that came around release. Too many shit changes after each damn patch. I can't be bothered to keep up and relearn everything. Yeah, the, like, learning fatigue is something that, like... The problem is like, the devs listen to feedback, and this is, by itself isn't a problem, but, like, the feedback that they listen to is going to almost universally be, like, the people on the forums and, like, Reddit, and, like, the people who actually dump enormous amounts of hours in the game. And, like, for them, like, the, like, relearning fatigue is, like, not much of a factor. But I think this is, like, one of the bigger reasons that, like... players are getting turned off of the game, is this exact thing, is that they have runs that are, like, too short for an entire patch. Or the patch doesn't last long enough for an entire run. And then, on top of this, like, the people who feel that they have to relearn the game, like, every time they boot it up, basically. Still chill to watch. Are we trying to get into Suez? Well, we had a rev. I misinterpreted which one was the rev and which one was us. And we were trying to put down that rev. And then we didn't have access, or we couldn't land on Suez, because we didn't have scouting of this. And so, declared war on Morocco to get access, but then I'm... Actually, you know what? I do think that we were occupied. And that it must have been this guy who deoccupied it for us, but, yeah. I don't know. We'll see, we'll see. Oh, I'm silly Billy. Am I? No, I'm not. I'm good. I'm an ordinary Billy. Not one of the silly variety. I don't want to get randomly clipped while trying to land, man. Looks like we can do a royal marriage, though. It's the classic I don't have eyes. We don't have a diplomat, that's why none of those were showing up. Ooh, I think I'm playing with fire here. I'm not sure we win this. Oh, we get throttled. What the fuck? How do we lose that so fast? Wait, what? It's the tribal cavalry. Holy. Just get stack wiped. Yikes. Yikes. I mean, we control the war goal. I don't know why this one's not flipping to us, though. So we maybe could white piece. Let's ship these guys here with the fleet, and then we'll march them across. This might be gonna go horribly wrong. We're just gonna lose a bunch of battles. I suppose once we occupy Granada, we should be in good shape. This has gotten very strange. Patches are the best, keeping the game fresh and interesting, but not, if not always improving it. But obviously Boomer's gonna cry. I mean, I think there's like a difference between patching it like every 2 weeks versus not, and it depends how many hours you have to like put in the game. And I think if the number of hours you have per week is like under 10, like bi-weekly patches kind of sucks balls. Brother, maybe you have time to play it, this game, enough to get bored by it? I can't finish one run before a patch comes and changes things, yeah. But clearly they haven't set it on fundamental design principles. +1 lab car, let's go. Yeah. We do like Tunis being in here, because we kind of would like to grab stuff off of them. But this is going to be a slog. This guy is currently an admiral. We'll go with Richard. He has a lion heart. Wrong Richard. Okay. Did we stop moving this ish? Brother, why'd you stop? We started walking dudes across. Go with this. Which one has the most food? It's kind of our question. Okay, this province kind of has some food. I guess we gotta grab province to province pretty quick. Oh, this is costing us quite a few levies. What? us just getting a quantity of those isn't useful. Our pops will just consume it, whatever. Can't believe we got stack wiped. How embarrassing. Terrible. Gonna have to also maybe have a think about what we're doing here. I think we wanted to make paper in this place. Let's put those on auto expand and then we'll put these two on auto expand here. In Bristol. I think we could urbanize this. That'll give us some more tools too. It looks like this is committed to the things. Take quite a while for them to pay for themselves. Maybe 5 years. Maybe we're underproducing the dyes. Maybe when this gets upgraded it'll be better. That does give a little bit of control as well. Hopefully where we have unis, yeah, is starting to spread the things. So it won't be too far off. We're gonna stand on a +2 until we get some of these guys across. Okay. If they have backup, this could go really bad. I feel like this works for us because we're on the +2. Yeah, this looks like it works for us. Barely works for us. Holy. We have more. Wait, where's our more? Oh, these guys go. Alright, here's to hoping we don't get fog cucked. We need to grab this for food. The traditional is the enemies of England, Morocco. Well, we were trying to flip Moroccan, but now we've made our soup. Now we have to swim in it. Now you have to give it back in Spain in 650 years. Yeah, basically, just classic generalist RP play. Let's go. Serfs are upset. Our troops need to practice. Is that spiking because we have really pissed off lords? I don't even know how we got to this. Ooh. So maybe try and move in a new direction on that one. Bro, what are you doing? The Peasant Revolt. Walter Tyler. Don't like this. Don't like this one bit. Managed to do Brabant in the Netherlands. Nice. How do you have 20 crown male characters? A lot of marriages. Sup, Baldy? Sup, brother? My Baldian arms. Who's a Baldian heads? Oh, food is so painful. We're even supposed to be supplying it here, but I don't think we picked up enough. We have to stack wipe them somewhere. I guess here's as good as any. Alright, let's go. I think we win this with a river crossing from them. And I assume reinforcements, but tribal cavalry is really freaking spooky, so this can go sideways in a weird way, but it does not. Attrition is a vibe, though. Come on, Spain, do something. Oh, God. Pain. I think we could just do this. And recover, otherwise we get stack wiped if we can't recover morale here. Stupid. Strumpet. Wow, we're still losing food even with the supply coming in. The supply's gone. We can't pick a fight with such low food count. I mean, they're gonna have 0 food here too, right? Maybe we can recover. On the other end here. Yeah. We have morale issues, but we have way more dudes. Hopefully this works. Looks like it's working. What is this war score, man? How do we have minus 45 from what the okay. The plan was to form Morocco, but I discovered, / chat informed me, I was mistaken in thinking that England was a tier 1 country. It is not. I don't know what we're supposed to do here. We'll try and... Nope. We still don't have food. Fuck, dude. I mean, after we... Do we stack wipe them? No, we didn't. Or, like, do they still have army? They do. A little dangerous, this. Go bring us food. I really don't like the micro minigame that happens as a consequence of food, but I like food mattering logistics-wise. In previous patches, you were losing that. Why is food so tough? Is this medieval Europe or something? Wait a minute. Yeah. I wish that the infrastructure or the... I wish that it did not feel so bad to click all the buttons to manage the food, if that makes sense. Like, the button clicking involved in the food stuff is annoying. Like, the gameplay, you know. They don't give you, like, tools for clicking buttons in a way that, like, doesn't feel, like, weird and arbitrary. We're doing this because we want legitimacy things. Alright, there we go. You saved up some food in here. Kind of. God damn it, dude. Maybe supposed to settle here. Kind of want to annex all of Algiers. But we might just want to cut our losses here. This is like pretty brutal. And we don't want to completely wind down all of our levies. And we're only sitting on like, I don't know, whatever this is, 20%. Maybe we do this. We have plans to eventually release Tlemcen. Conquer and release Tlemcen. That way we get a bunch of claims. I didn't even realize these guys survived. I thought they died. He's English and Catholic. Alright, cool. Not that you could do anything about the religion, but... If only food mattered for urbanization too. It kind of matters for urbanization. One of the reasons we're having so much difficulty is because Morocco doesn't have a lot of food in their FOSS market. And so because a lot of the consumption is the pop based, but it leaves no food basically left over for the other stuff. I don't think we can do that until we get back, I suppose. Grab a couple of horseman units. We're about to hit a noble rev. I think we're just gonna spike this massive noble rev just for an experience. Just to feel alive, basically. but that means we won't queue anything up. But I don't think it's going to be problematic, but it's been a while since we've just intentionally popped revs. I think revs should be way more punishing, they're just, like, not. And I just want this to check. There's nothing wrong with the system unless you're trying to, you know, enjoy it. Yeah, I mean, I'm not as boo-hooey on, like, the food really being apocalyptic, I think, or boo-hooey is not even the right. I don't mind the food being, like, really rough. I mind that it feels like what I have to do to try and manage it involves a lot of clicking and a lot of fiddliness, and that's no fun. Like, I can't create, like, supply chains, like, very easily, other than, like, it was, like, fiddliness, like, to try and supply food with the ships, and, like, the auto thing wasn't working. Oh, what's this? That should be enough. Kind of want to get back into position. Also, the forts are, like, supposed to be semi-useful now. So we'll see how that goes. These are fortified cities, though, I think. You're planning on going theocratic Anglican? That's the plan. That is the plan. Maybe we save before we pop this rev? Pretty sure the rev's just innocuous. Oh, no, no, no. I left that for too long. That's an issue in AI countries. Domestically, you can urbanize like crazy and barely have to worry about food. Yeah, I think the AI doesn't understand how to make a breadbasket, so when you fight in the AI's territory and you're nowhere near your territory, it's really hard to handle food issues, but like, it's easy to handle food issues close to you that the AI have. So rough here, but I think we're gonna cancel this upgrade. Because it's not going to finish in time. And if it revs out, we don't want to be on the hook for, like, for 3k gold. We'll let the other ones happen. I think that is not supposed to pop until this finishes, but we don't know exactly when that's going to finish. Have you gotten a PO over Spain? Well, can you check while fiddling with POs? I don't think we do. I don't think we have any PUs. I think we have a royal marriage with them, though. Yep. Alright. This is kind of silly, no? And then we just get a bunch of free... Yeah, this probably just is meta. The idea is we got 50 free satisfaction off that. Oh, let's go! Let's go! The thing is these places that were part of the Rev, don't they get a temporary really shit modifier? Do they just not get a modifier? What is this? Well, levies are not better than regulars, I guess. We're also going to lose a slight amount of pops. I mean, I think I like the game better when, like, revving is just bad. Not that this is an enormous sample size, but... Cool. Do we have anything useful left in the... Yeah, max RGO size is nice. Hot diggity damn. What proportion of this is... Wait, why aren't any of these longbowmen? Can't we... Yeah. Some men-at-arms from soldiers. Mailed knights. Come again? Does this tech just break our ability to raise 2% of valid pops will be raised as longbowmen? Peasants. Why do we not get any longbowmen? The boats and wagons on auto supply actually worked. I think it would be fine. I'm inclined to agree too. You also, like, yeah. Capped on research, not like this. I like that food is an RGO. Most RGOs would just be normal buildings. You could build any tile matching. I think you should only get out of the earth. Like, gold should be related to RGO. Yeah, I think RGO as a design is, like, very, it seems kind of a relic of EU4, where you're having an overly simplified system, and, I think they have the power to be more granular. But what is this? Are regulars more food efficient? Yeah, this is an interesting question. I think that manpower-wise, cavalry is not very manpower efficient. I don't know what to make of the fact that it seems to be the case that we don't get longbowmen. Did we never get longbowmen? Is the income versus expense threshold per location? I believe it's supposed to be, but the UI on it is, like, wonky. I think the actual consumption is based on per location. I remember taking a look at this. The estate UI lies about what it is, and the location UI is often, like, doesn't update properly. Saving and reloading might work. But the way to, like, check it is to check the market. When I played England a few patches ago, your army... Yeah, you're supposed to have, like, all longbowmen. And the fact that we have all feudal levies is a bit of an issue. I don't know if it was because we researched the tag. Brother, what is this? Do they brick unique levies? Or any sort of levy upgrade? How would you... What would they have changed to make that happen? I don't think we're doing something wrong. Not sure what to make of that. It feels real stupid now. Rushing that as a research. Obviously, because it's not doing anything. That boop was on me. I think I'm gonna put in a report for that after the stream. Well, now's maybe a good stopping point. I don't know, we made a little bit of progress. We got further in the years than I was planning on. A little bit. No, I don't know. We're still playing a little bit on the slow side. I have a little bit of some lands down here in Morocco. Also kind of stretching into Iberia. I think eventually Castile will hate us as a consequence of that, but basically getting the full value off of France, or we will. Next war, we're going to take, like, as much as possible. Looking to do a parliament to annex Tlemcen and this guy, our parliamentary war. Which will be nice, because then we'll be able to feed that to Gascony. Something like this. EU5 is super wonking over deciding what makes unit obsolete was. This is an antiquated mentality from previous games, but now EU5, or we should have units that should coexist rather than replacing another as the game logic cracks. On the topic of rebs, I think they should have incredible stab, maybe prosperity hits. Yeah, I mean, that was just like a painless nothing burger, where as a reward we just got, we just basically got to do this button for free, perform reduction. Functionally, that was the effect. Also, we get to attack their wealth a little bit in terms of this percentage modifier. No stream tomorrow? Probably not. Although, maybe we stream a little Songs of 6. I don't know. I wanted to play a little bit more of that, but I feel like we've kind of just... It's not really a game-breaking bug, but it is disappointing, because, like, that's supposed to be a really keen advantage for us. And with the levies being stronger, I was wanting to try that out, but, like... if we're stuck on age 1 levies, then that's an issue. They're all feudal levies. We're looking right here. We have the longbowman tech. Bug report, Kappa? Yeah, basically. Hey, Connie. Yeah, so I think that's what we do. Let's see if anyone else is playing on Twitch that we can read.
Take it right-footed, and I'm giving away all my...
I've been kind of following Grubby. A little bit. But he's not...
was worried about that Ville without Loom.
He's watching someone else. Ah. He's spectating? I don't know. Grubby is a... We'll maybe raid Grubby. Grubby is a Warcraft 3 player who's like crossing over into Age of Empires 2, which to me has been very interesting. He doesn't allow raids. Well, that's annoying. I suppose I can just link it in the chat to everyone. But if you like, it's interesting to watch a person who is like, I think Grubby's considered to be the best like Warcraft 3 player, like categorically, but he's not very good at Age of Empires 2. So you're seeing someone who's really good at RTSs, but not good at this particular RTS, trying to learn the RTS at a higher level, this type of thing. Problem with Civil War is there's 2 Imperator Rome coded, unlike Roman time. In medieval times, Civil War could be dangerous. Even with the lands not affiliated with the rebel, the local lord may decide to send levies to the rebel instead of you. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that, especially... The thing is, when they spawn, they don't have a lot of control, so they don't even raise that much levies. But beyond that, they don't inherit any of your gold or any of your troops. And so they can't just raise a massive merc army or, like, have regulars. So, like, they just don't do anything. So, on the flip side, in Imperator Rome, they had standing armies tied to provinces, so similar to how it works in Vic 3. Yeah. Vic 3, like, they can be scary. But, anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.